Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
It's a house!
Did you hear what I said?
It's a house!
5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
You know, that's just one step above stupid.
It's kind of dark in here. Oh well. Don't have the light on this time. How the hell's it going, everybody? You know what's weird is, you know Chris O'Connell that's in here? And is there anybody else here other than moderators? I mean, this is pretty weird. There isn't one other comment by anybody else. But what's interesting is her name always seemed familiar, like, oh yeah, that's why I thought maybe she was around or whatever. But that's because I covered a case back in 2023 of Kristen O'Connell, which I think is the same. I think it's even spelled the same. It's just pretty weird, right? Maybe we'll look at that one again if she shows up. That's pretty weird. What are the odds of that? But hey guys, while you're watching here tonight, you know, nobody watching is required to send a nickel to the channel. But if you can, it's greatly appreciated and allows us to keep doing all the stuff that we've been doing over the years. Alright? So I hope we don't have this long lull like we seem to always have lately at the beginning of shows. Yeah, it is weird. From New York, so maybe if she comes on, I'll mention it. Maybe we can take a look at it. Hey, thanks, Common Sense. There we go. No long lull. What happened to that? Disappeared. No, it's not there. Let's see. Thanks, Richard Watts. Oh yeah, right here. So the Gonzalez family page, they wrote, "Hey, look at there's Chris O'Connell. Hey, you want to see something crazy? I knew your name always sounded familiar to me. Yeah, but we actually covered a look at this right here. Look at. I did this one in 2023. Look at right there. Look." Isn't that weird? I mean, is that your actual name, Kristen, and Chris is short? That's pretty weird, isn't it? I mean, I remember we did this like in 2023. Maybe we'll take a look at it later. You know, your namesake or whatever the hell you want to call that. That's pretty creepy, though. Don't tell me you look like that with brown hair and everything. Is anybody even here? It's like I just saw that on the screen and people are still saying hello. Why don't we respond to what we're looking at? Yeah, yeah. Alright. Anyways, I don't know if she just came in and then took off, but yeah, her face. That's why I looked at it and went, "Wait, I've done this one." And then it turns out it was somebody that we've seen. Yeah, like, see, the family made this comment, but there's one of, the Facebook groups reading the same comments. They make such disturbing comments. Let me see if I can find that. They're just such idiots. It's unreal. Yeah, I was able to find it right here. Okay. I got that. Let me go find another page here. Well, it's the same thing, so I'll just read it from here. This is what they wrote. So it says, I recently looked at Kaylee's handprints and footprints that the medical examiner took. Hey, thanks, Chris O'Connell. I know, that's what I was saying. I was wondering if you wanted me to go over that. No, I know it's not it's not you. Yeah, it was just kind of interesting. All right. Well, we'll check it out later. Hey, thanks for the 5 memberships. I recently looked at Kaylee's handprints and footprints that the medical examiner took. It killed me looking at them. As her mother, I don't know how much more I can take. A month ago, it was her fingernails and the knife sheath. Before that, it was the crime scene pictures and videos. With the social media shitstorm going through every single document, and then people making up their own scenarios, it's disgusting. I wonder if it will ever end. People that actually think that Brian Kohberger is innocent or that he didn't act alone need to get their heads checked. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. As a matter of fact, I've said the exact same sentences. I always say you need to get a new brain or have your brain looked at or something. But there's people that have made a whole industry out of this stuff, Like that one dipshit, the guy from the UK, I forgot his name. I don't really give a damn what his name is. Every single day it's another theory to appease his fans, and they love it, man. They absolutely love it. It's crazy. It's unreal. Or better yet, the people saying that this never actually happened and then it was a social media experiment. How dare you? Get a brain of your own and quit letting other people think for you. Your favorite YouTuber or TikTok friends are making a living off of my daughter's murder. They don't want this to end anytime soon. They want to keep it. God, you know what? This is exactly what I've said. I didn't even read it yet. They don't want it to end anytime soon. They want to keep this going and keep stirring the pot. How are they going to pay their rent when they have nothing else to talk about when the money stops coming? Right, so You know, I don't begrudge people, you know, if you make an income on YouTube or whatever. But when you're putting out bullshit on a nightly basis just to sell a story so that you can keep going because you know that's what your viewers want to see is sick. You know? That's why I don't have a lot to cover in it until I get new videos or new documents. Something like that. I don't have a story to tell every single day. You get what I'm saying? Here, let's see. I'm just going to go find it, see if there was any more wording at the end there. It looked like there is. Yeah, right here it says your favorite YouTuber or TikToker making a living. Then it says end anytime soon. They want to keep this going and keep stirring the pot. How are they going to pay their rent when they have nothing else to talk about when the money stops coming in? I guess that's basically the only word that was missing was in. But they caused the conspiracy. Who? I mean, look at these idiots that are in this these Facebook groups. They publicly questioned his guilt. They absolutely smutted the prosecutors and people involved in the investigation. They put on tons of false information, leaving people with questions. No, they didn't. They were upset that they weren't being given information. They also created a bit of extra after the plea. However, the evidence released as a junior to me is very questionable. I mean, then your brain stopped working. All right, Cameron, look at these. Look at these, all these complete morons. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I keep seeing all the time. It's so embarrassing, you know? It's like they're just brain-dead imbeciles that exist, going through life, you know, just sort of stumbling upon... I don't even know how to refer to these people. But hey guys, we're on one of those lulls again, right out of the chute. So if you guys want to keep my channel going, one that's actually normal, a common sense YouTube channel, using rational thought to figure out cases, that would be great. Maybe do some, maybe do one of those challenges. Look at, but they caused the conspiracy. Where in the hell are these people getting this from? The thing is, you can't shut yourself off from the world just to ease the pain of loss. Yes, being shut off would somewhat control the level of pain you're exposed to, but it's not helping with the Jesus, these people. The problem is they don't have anything against him. They don't have any... I typed this in. What an idiotic comment. Or I put that there earlier, 2 hours ago. The problem is they don't have anything against him. Meaning they don't have anything against Kohberger. Does anybody believe that that's watching right now? That they have no information, no facts or anything, evidence against Kohberger? Anybody at all? Yeah, it's just sick. Not sure if you've heard of the Delphi murders, but that is a case where they truly have nothing against the guy. You are an imbecile. Not sure if that's how you spell it. Probably an E at the end. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, wow. Let's see. What's down here? Popular opinion, and y'all can hate me for it. True crime is a genre of entertainment in all forms. Social media, movies, TV series, documentaries, even books. This case is no different. It will be talked about and read about, tweeted, retweeted, theorized, all the things. This case is huge in the public eyes. It's going to get attention, good and bad. Yeah, sure. Why not use reason and common sense, though? Yeah, or it's, oh, I think it's E after that, wasn't it? Hold on, let me fix that. Almost got it right. There we go. All right, did anybody hear what I said, you guys? We need to get the support going for the channel tonight because we're currently just like at 1/11th of the nightly goals. So if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, that would be awesome. Instead of having me have to ask 17,000 times during the show, it would be nice if you just, you know, knew what we do every single night on the show. That would be great. Now, the people commenting underneath on their page were all rational people, most of them. All right, I totally agree with Kaylee's mom. I mean, that's exactly how I talk, even. The same wording. I say the same exact things. And for some reason, people out there just don't seem to get it. I don't think they're just contrarian. I think they intentionally want to just sort of pretend that there's some magical story that's really going on. Yeah, I mean, maybe that. Yeah, I guess that's the same thing that you just said. Kind of, you know, just sort of intentionally doing that. I don't know where Nader Bader is. Streams galore. I don't. Why are you thinking about Nader Bader? What makes you think about him? Every time you make a comment, it has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about. It's always about something related to the show, so you're a very suspicious person to me. Okay, so you got a couple more chances, and then I'm going to remove you permanently. Alright, let's see. But anyways, come on, you guys. Another one of these nights. Wild. Alright, the piece of information that somebody sent me after the show yesterday, I don't have any way of verifying if it's true or not. But somebody, this is just from, you know, not too long ago, from the Springfield 3, or it's maybe related. It says, a police call came in on 12/17/2025 that a person was excavating in the backyard in Battlefield, Missouri, which is right, you know, right there, and found a buried car. That car contained women's clothing. The police came out and spent a couple of days there digging that car up. From what I've heard, 3 bodies were pulled from the car, and they are being sent off to identification. That alone might make one raise an eyebrow, but it gets much crazier. The address is about 2 blocks south of Kirby's house, and a couple blocks east of the house the party was at the night the girls disappeared. And then they said the part about the bodies is not public information. One of the guys on the dig contacted a good friend of mine. It's not blown up because they were told to keep a lid on it for now. I'll post the scanner call here in a bit in the middle of work at the moment. I know it's crazy and I understand the skepticism, but this seems true. So, man, that'd be pretty crazy, right? But hey, guys, as I just said a minute ago, my channel relies on you guys on a nightly basis to make the income that allows the channel to survive, and then we were able to donate money to various true crime related charities, etc. Is there any chance that on this show you guys could please help support the channel? Because I've already asked, I don't know, 5 times currently, and I don't want to have to keep doing that. We've just sort of frozen up. I know you guys want to keep saying hi and hello and about all these other things, but we got to get moving forward. All right, let's see. So I do have the entire, like 10 hours of scanner audio from that day. And I was just wondering, maybe if I put up a video that we could, well, let me see. Maybe this guy, let me see if I can. No, you weren't, Steams Galore. You weren't. I've seen every comment you make is a little off. Okay, so you're on a short leash currently. It's like you're just sort of trying to cause something. We don't know what it is. Apparently, nobody heard what I just said. Maybe if we go to Reddit, we can find this post and see if he put the scanner audio in there. Why do you keep typing the same thing in, Kathy Rutledge? You just did it 1, 2. Okay, let's see. So I found that thread right here. If you look up that area on Google Earth and then regress this historical imagery, you can see that even a decade later, it was just fields. So how do they know what the address is? The house was built. Is that where the address is? Most of the surrounding houses were also built around that time, so it's not all. What are you talking about, John? I have no idea what you're saying. Hey, thanks, Chris O'Connell. Hopefully some of the rest of you can take some pressure off of people like Chris O'Connell and the others that are always supporting the channel. You would think that some of the rest of you would like to support the channel every once in a while. It'd be amazing. It's been really hard to... I mean, lately it's just been... I mean, other than a few people, it's been brutal. Let's see, where's the Springfield 3? Right here. Well, thank you, Chris O'Connell. Okay, so wow, okay, this is the Janelle Kirby, and then they had, I'm not sure why they have this right here. What that house is about. Is that where the party was, or? Hey, thanks, Carl, with a C, not a K. The subdivision, it's been, if you look up the area on Google Earth and then regress, okay. I actually think the homes were readdressed after the surrounding land was developed back in 1992. The address of 5002 belonged to Joy's home. Where's the scanner audio? Something else of notable interest I discovered tonight using Google Earth and going back in time. Unfortunately, there's no images as far back as when the alleged crime took place. 5060 is where this buried vehicle was. Okay, cool. So that is the address, I guess. The red arrow. So if they're saying that's 50, what does it look like then? Oh, that's kind of weird. Yeah. So back then, this is 1997, 96, 85. So 96 and then 97 looks pretty clear. So it's only about 5 years before this. So that is pretty interesting that there's nothing there at the time. Hey, thanks Leanne Bell and Kelly Snyder. Isn't that weird, Chris O'Connell, that that's actually a case? All right. So that's pretty interesting. Kirby had a house over in this area at one point. Later. I think that one. I don't know. It's weird that it ended up being on that property right there. Huh. That's sort of weird, isn't it? Yeah. Because if you go back, the house wasn't there until 2003 it was. And there was nothing here. But there's construction is beginning in this area. You can see. If it was true, it would have leaked by now. The Springfield News would have been all over it. I tend to disagree. Even when simply asking ChatGPT how long DNA testing might it makes, I don't even know how that goes to that. Why are you still doing this, man? Doing what? Melody Buzzard was unfortunately found a couple of days ago. Okay. Either way, who buries a car? Why doesn't that make sense? Haven't people all along thought that they were transported via another vehicle? All three cars would still be at the house. That's not strange. The case is strange, but we pretty much assume that one of their cars wasn't you. Yeah, right, exactly. Everybody knew that. Because all three were at the house. So that's why a lot of people thought it was the van. I don't know. It's pretty interesting, though. We'll just see if it turns into something later. I mean, it's sort of sketchy, like, hey, you know, it mentioned it on a scanner, and then somebody talked about it. I mean, then somebody told my friend that they actually found 3 bodies, so then it sort of makes it interesting, where you start wondering if it has something to do with the Springfield 3, right? Well, that's all there was for that. I might have to look into this more, but I do have the entire scanner audio. And, well, let me go back there again. Hold on. Hold on, I'm just trying to find that same thing that I just had. R// Springfield 3_1992. Did they just find her? Yeah, that person never posted the scanner audio. Or wait, is that it? Yeah, there it is. Okay, let's see. That's a different site. County. I don't know. It's a different scanner site though. Maybe I need to have that one. It looks like that. And see, these are from 12/17. At 2, okay, so they're saying at 12/17 call at 2:04:25. Let's see. Well, where is it? At 2:04:25 p.m. Maybe it's coming up. Oh, 4:25. Okay. Hmm. Right here. Let's just listen to these two, see if what we come up with. Team morale. You only been here 2 months? No way. Now let's see. Here we go.
That's great.
Don't hear a damn thing. How about this one?
684 mil.
Yeah, I don't hear it. I'll have to check it out some other time. You know that you want to be a freak like me, don't you? I don't know, Kathy. All right, so you want to do the Kristen O'Connell one? I do have that. I went and I pulled it out of a folder that I had. Look at it. Like all of this is from August 25th, 2023. So about 2.5 years ago. Maybe, yeah, about 2.5 years ago. And this is the picture right there. Man, let's take a look at it. I had no pins in the folder for some reason. Pretty weird. Here you go, Chris O'Connell. Here's your namesake, Kristen O'Connell. I mean, who the hell knows? But This is August 17th right here of it happened in 1985. So, Minnesota woman found dead in Seneca. So she's from Minnesota, but this is in New York. Kristen M. O'Connell. Don't tell me your middle initials M. 20 of Burnsville, Minnesota, was pronounced dead by Seneca County Coroner Michael McLaughlin at 5:11 p.m., said senior investigator Robert Fainier of the state police. Her body was found a few yards into a 300-acre cornfield along County Road 139 in Ovid. So I guess we can... Hey, thanks for the 11 months. And they say County Road 139. So let's see. CR 139. Yep, right over here. So this is CR 139. We'll just put a pin on it so we don't lose it. Her body was found a few yards into a 300-acre cornfield along County Road 139 in Ovid. The site is about a quarter mile from a trailer rented by James Vermeer. Okay, let's try to find that one. Like a trailer park, right? So let's see. Let's see if we can get this exact spot right here. James Vermeer Jr. There can't be two of these. There's no way. Yeah, believe it or not, there is a couple of these guys. Yes, this person would not be... I mean, this is 1985, so that's 40 years ago. I mean, this person's 59 years old, so is that possible? You know, I mean, it is possible, I guess. 19 years old, renting a trailer. Let's see. Hey, thanks, The Vegas Andrews. And where was this again? This is in... maybe this isn't the guy. I don't know. It's a junior, though. No, the other... I guess it was a junior. Yeah, James Vermeer Jr. of Ovid. Try that, Ovid. Not yet. Hold on. I don't see it. I don't want to keep looking here. I'll put this over here just in case, but... weird. Yeah, so there's a James Vermeer, maybe not a junior though, of Ovid, a friend with whom O'Connell had been staying. The site is about a quarter mile. Okay, her body was found a few yards into a 300-acre cornfield along County Road 139 in Ovid. The site is about a quarter mile from a trailer rented by James Vermeer Jr. of Ovid. So she was found a quarter mile from where she was staying. The victim was the daughter of Michael and Phyllis O'Connell of Burnsville, a suburb of Minneapolis. Kristen O'Connell attended a party in Ovid Wednesday night. State police said she left the party at 11:30 p.m. to take a walk. Other partygoers began to look for O'Connell at about 1:30 a.m. State police were notified about 1 p.m. Thursday. They determined that the disappearance was completely out of character and initiated a search. A search party made up of about 80 state troopers and firefighters from the Seneca County communities of Ovid, Romulus, Interlaken, and Lodi was organized. Yesterday, searchers discovered O'Connell's body at about 90 minutes after the search began yesterday afternoon. I know that's what you go on searches to find, but this is an awful way to end. Usually when you go out on these things, you find out the person you're looking for is hundreds of miles away, but you never know till you find it. State police called O'Connell's death an apparent homicide last night. Investigator Fayer refused to comment on the condition of the body when it was found. An autopsy is to be done today. O'Connell's father traveled to Seneca County yesterday, but could not be reached for comment. All right, you guys, we're getting those lull cities again. It's hard to, when you don't have the momentum, it's hard to get to the goals. And right now we're only about 35 to 40%. All right, there's the other one. A body of a 20-year-old Minnesota woman missing since Wednesday night was found near a roadway in the Seneca County Village Friday, police said. Or in this Seneca County Village. Kristen M. O'Connell of Burnville, Minnesota, was in Ovid visiting friends. When last seen, she was reported leaving a party to go for a walk. At 5:11 p.m. Friday, a search party made up of state troopers, local firemen, and volunteers discovered O'Connell's body in tall weeds just off County Route 139. Thank you, Kathy Freidenmaker. Seneca County Coroner Michael McLaughlin pronounced O'Connell's death at the scene. Her body was removed to Taylor Brown Hospital in Waterloo for an autopsy. Okay, those were both from the 17th. Now we're on to the 18th now. And that's her. Very pretty. And when Kristen O'Connell was 10, her grandmother died, and she was struggling with the pain and loss. She wrote herself a long letter. Writing helped her to work out her thoughts, to get her through the anguish. Let's see. Death is a subject pushed aside, never talked about. I think it should be talked about as part of life. It happens to us sooner or later. No one knows when it's going to creep up and grab you except God. That's what she wrote. Now, 10 years later, the Michael O'Connell family of 2808 Bryce Court, Burnsville, is reading and rereading the letter, touching it and repeating it to strangers and friends, using it to help themselves work through their anguish. And it says the nude body, now we have more information. The nude body of Kristen O'Connell, 20, was found Friday near a cornfield in New York State. Her throat slashed. She had bled to death. Tests show She had not been sexually molested. That's obvious, that's what the motive was. But investigators believe she might have died fighting off a sexual assault. I mean, why else would she be nude? Police investigators are calling it a homicide, an act of random violence in the small town of Ovid, New York. Family and friends say O'Connell knew no fear, loved life and living. She trusted people openly. Ovid is in west central New York, 30 miles southwest of Syracuse. Kristen O'Connell had been visiting new friends, a young man she had met while on spring break in Florida. The two had been corresponding, and O'Connell wanted to visit him. It's sort of interesting. Like they had never met. Maybe they go out there and then he thought that would mean more, and then that didn't, that would be a theory that you would come up with. And then he tried something. Well, it's obvious it's a cold case from, if people don't understand, then it's like, go do something else. I mean, you can see there's on the screen, it's an old picture, it's a newspaper article. No, you knew it wasn't about Kohberger. Yeah, you knew that. Oh, Jesus. The two had been corresponding, and O'Connell wanted to visit him before school started this fall. She would have been a junior at the Stout State University in, Menominee or something, Wisconsin, studying motel management. She worked part-time at a stable near Burnsville to save the money for the trip. She loved horses and had one of her own. A family friend drove her to Ovid from Syracuse, New York, and she planned to stay with James Vermeersch Jr. and his friends for a week. I guess we could look at this. I mean, that seems like that's about the right age, right? Like, how old is she? She's 20, right? And so that means this person was probably around 20. And this is 40 years ago. So, 59 years old actually kind of makes sense. This one actually says junior on it. Yeah, this is the right guy. 100%. No, that's wild. I have the one from 1990 is the earliest one that I have. I don't know where this is though. Yes, it's over here. That's not going to be the right spot. There's nothing from Ovid in there. I wonder if we look at this and see any kind of a trailer park. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that looks like that, along here. Yeah, that is. I found the right guy, though. For sure. And there's 13 addresses, but there's the earliest one in New York is 1990, and then he went to like Nashville, and he lives in Tennessee now. But there's nothing from this that had the address of this town. But hey guys, if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel, I would appreciate it. I'm sorry I'm not covering this sensationalistic stuff that's out there. You probably have a little bit more enthusiasm to support the channel, but if not, that would be great. Thanks. I think I'm going to put this might be interesting to talk to this person. Yeah. So it's Junior at his friends for a week. She called Minnesota on Tuesday, told her family everything was going well, and she'd call again on Thursday. Instead, Vermersch, it's hard to say that one. Vermersch, probably. Called to say she was missing. She had left the party at his mobile home Wednesday night to go for a walk in the country by herself. It was hot, humid, and police think she just wanted to cool off a bit. Her aunt and godmother, Barbara Baer, said it was not unusual for her to go on walks by herself. Even at home, she'd go out by herself. She was the type of person who doesn't, and it says 3B, where is this? That's 2, so the next page. She wasn't the type of person to think the worst thing that can happen. She wouldn't be afraid. She just went out for a short walk and never came back. Investigators are following up on hundreds of possibilities, according to Michael Richard Tones of the New York Highway Patrol. The road is a well-known rural shortcut and would have quite a bit of traffic, he said. We are not ruling out any possibility at this time, he said. Although Vermersch and the other friends don't seem to be suspects. Ovid Fire Chief Robert Favo, who coordinated the research, said, there doesn't appear to be any drug involvement or any alcohol involvement. Everybody at the party came from a well-to-do families in this community. They are respected in this area. Tonis said that investigators believe she died sometime between midnight and 1:30 a.m. It's a real short period of time. By Friday afternoon, police, fire, and public safety workers from several communities joined in the search, aided by Michael O'Connell. Won't tell me your brother's name, Michael. A human chain of about 80 workers walking through the thick underbrush and cornfields uncovered the body. Hey, thanks, Chris O'Connell. Tones said that he cannot remember a similar violent crime in his 30 years of working that area of New York. In her letter to herself, the 10-year-old Kristen said, when someone's dying, they get all upset. Wouldn't you rather face the fact that you are dying and live what life you got left, enjoy instead of sorrow, frustration, and pain? Seek, find, and rejoice. You can change my voice. You can dye my hair. You can shorten my nose, but you can't change me inside. I'm me. In the back of my mind, things I've never known, the things of the future and the present, and in time they will come forward to me. But I'm so impatient, I wonder if I can wait that long. Let's see, when I sit in my corner and think of the world, I want to roll up and die, but something inside me says no. So I keep struggling on. Why? The feelings are ready to seize my heart, but yet something's missing. Maybe it's love. Too many people in this world can't face their problems, so they hide them, take drugs, try to run away from them. Are you one of those people? Think about it. I'd like to sail the ocean. I like to sail the sea. But before I sail anywhere, I must learn to be free. You're like a pretty bright kid. Yeah. So there she is again. Oh, let's see. Their open door policy. No arrests have been made. We have no solid leads. State police investigators said O'Connell's body was found 15 rows back in a cornfield along Route 139, about 1/3 of a mile from mobile home rented by... God, but where was that, though? Rented by James Vermeersch, Jr., a friend of O'Connell. O'Connell met this year. He probably was renting it, so his name isn't there. Okay, this might help a little bit. A dozen state troopers and investigators conducted a ground search yesterday in the cornfield and along Route 139 towards the village seeking evidence. Police said O'Connell had left the party at Vermeersch's home, attended by 8 people, shortly before midnight to take a walk. O'Connell's father, Michael O'Connell, who arrived in Ovid earlier this week before the woman's body was found, said yesterday that his daughter was fun-loving but also a serious side. She was somewhat religious and had put a lot of thought into becoming a nun. Michael O'Connell, director of edible protein packaging for the Pillsbury Company, said yesterday. She was just a beautiful, fun-loving girl. Who is sick enough to do this to Kristen? David Chamberlain, 17, a friend of Vermeersch, said there were no fights or arguments at the party. She just went for a walk and didn't come back, Chamberlain said. When she left, no one figured anything was wrong. Vermeersch and his friend began to look for O'Connell at about 1:30. And that's kind of a long time to wait, though, you know. At 1:30 a.m., and 12 hours later, reported her missing to the state police, investigators said. Yeah. So you guys, if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel. Unfortunately, I'm relegated to asking again because right now we're only at 1/3 of the nightly goal. Well, but look at that. Chris O'Connell again. What about, come on, the rest of you guys. Man, I know it's not possible that Chris O'Connell and Lisa Belson and Marty Bar and Grill can continually help support the channel all the time, so I'm going to need other people to jump in from time to time. Because unless there's a big case and we're making videos that a lot of people are watching, this channel will just go... Because I don't do the sensationalism. But my God, Chris O'Connell, 20 memberships. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Eating an ice cube. Thank you. All right. They began looking for it at 1:30. About 90 police and local firefighters formed a human chain and combed the area. They found the body Friday afternoon in the 300-acre head-high cornfield. The road was busy with the traffic of employees at Seneca Army Depot. And area campers, where is that? Seneca Army Depot. So that's the Seneca Army Depot. Yeah, she's an O'Connell. I just thought it was weird because your name, yeah, you're Chris O'Connell. This is Kristen with Kristin. I remember thinking, I knew it sounded familiar. And I think this is why, because we covered this one 3 years ago or about, or 2.5. And I don't remember a lot of this, to be honest with you. I mean, you know what's weird is I don't know, because there was nothing on Google Earth. There was a name, but nothing in it. So I'm wondering if we sort of started talking about it and then stopped, because I don't remember a lot of this. Do you guys? Vermeersch met O'Connell in the spring of at Captive Island near Fort Myers, Florida, where she was vacationing and he worked as a waiter. I sort of remember some of this part, though. Vermeersch, 18, contacted at Guinea Lee Cafe and Vineyard, where he works, was visibly shaken. Is that still there? Ginny. Let's see. Ginny. Wow. Still there. If you can believe that. Right here. Where does it mention? Okay, Vermeersch. His name is James Vermeersch. The Ginny. Oops. Okay, the Ginny Lee Cafe, right there. So he worked there. It's not really incredibly far, I don't think. About 7 miles or so. Maybe 8 driving. Isn't that weird? Yeah. Yeah, she'd be, well, about, you're probably my age then. Because I'm exactly the same. So how about some of the rest of you guys? We can help get to... We need a challenge or something tonight by somebody. Because we are just... other than that, it just seems like very few other people. We've only had like 4 different people tonight support the channel. You know, that makes it tough. Where he works visibly shaken. He would not comment about the death, saying the police told me not to talk about it to the press. He then drove off on his motorcycle. It's terrible that people's lives are altered because of this kind of act, said Michael O'Connell. However, many parents and children will not experience fine things because they are afraid to go out because of this. Flyers with a picture of Kristen O'Connell were posted by police in the local American Legion Hall and other locations around the village seeking information about the slaying. Kristen's father said he arranged his daughter's trip to New York to meet Vermeersch to get to know him better. Wow, that was pretty interesting. You know, most dads probably would be like, no way, man. He said she flew from Minneapolis to Boston on Sunday. A friend then drove her to Syracuse. Vermeersch and Chamberlain picked up O'Connell in Syracuse on Monday and drove back to Ovid. Kristen stayed with Vermeersch at his trailer. She was to fly back home Friday night, Chamberlain said. Michael O'Connell has hired a private investigator, Sheldon Furlong of Buffalo, to look into his daughter's death. Hey, thanks again, Carl. Really appreciate it, Carl. Thank you. O'Connell said that on Wednesday, Kristen had come swimming with Vermeersch and his friends and later shot a game of pool. On their way back to Vermeersch's mobile home, they stopped to buy sandwiches and beer, O'Connell said. He said Vermeersch later left to buy a pizza, and Kristen left shortly after that for a walk. State police called the O'Connell family Thursday evening and told them Kristen was missing. She went out for a walk to look at stars, and something like this happens. Man, maybe Kohberger was there, you know. He does like to look at those stars, you know. I hope they find whoever did this, said Kristen O'Connell's aunt, Barbara Baer. She was a trustworthy girl. There were, there were so many friends and so many people who adored her, she never thought anyone would harm her. Let's see. So they're pointing area just outside Ovid where police discovered the body. So let's see if we can find this. That's 96. And then, oh yeah, so right up here. Yeah, because 90 must be higher up here, actually. You see on the map here, it's not, you know, who knows how accurate these are, but 96 is going straight, and then 139 goes down, right? Well, here's 139, I think. Yeah, 139. And so it must be like right in here. And what's that other road? 414. Is that what this one is? Come on. Come on, give me the name of the road. It's ridiculous. Huh. Then they have 96. I don't know, maybe they changed all this. I guess we could go and look at the, go back in time here. Yeah, that's 1995. '96. Where's 131? I'm just trying to make heads or tails of this stupid map that they've got here. And so this is Ovid right here. There goes my stomach. So I think what they're saying is like right here is where her body was found. In a field, probably like right there. And I'm saying that because if you look at that, Ovid, I think, is this white square, and it's just to the left of it. So here it is. Now, it looks probably different now. Yeah, that's probably pretty much the same. And so he probably lived in a trailer, you know, somewhere over here somewhere. Right on the edge. Seems like there's a trailer there. And then her body's found over here. And I think that might be, you know, maybe that's a cornfield. Let's see if we go down to Street View here. Turn. I don't know if it's corn then. Let's see if we can go back in time and use, you know, historical and see if at some point that's still on. 2007 is the earliest it would go back. Yeah, that's what it goes to. 2007. I don't know if that's a cornfield or not. Let's see if that is. That could be. That looks like a better shot at being something like that. I mean, this is 1985, and all we have is 2007. Lots of stuff can happen in 20... Yeah, they have it like right around in here. Right there. $139. It's where their map doesn't really work. Like that's 139, 96. I guess it kind of does. Yeah. Yeah, so they have it right here is where they seem to have her. Yeah, right where I have it. So I don't know. Maybe that used to be a cornfield right there. And she was 11 rows. Let's see if we go back to 95. I mean, could that have been a... That's 85. That's the year, but you can't see. Yeah, it definitely could have been a cornfield. All right, well there you go. That was that one. Anything else on here? 1 mile. It's the only arrow that it's pointing at. 20-year-old Kristen M. O'Connell of Burnsville, Minnesota. Alright, then here we go. Here's another one. Lab to test items from slang scene. State police yesterday sent to a Binghamton laboratory soil, blood samples, and other evidence taken from a Seneca County cornfield where the body of a slain 20-year-old Minnesota woman was found Friday. Hey, factory fugitive, get the hell out of here, okay? I'm blocking you now. All right, see you later. I don't even know what you're talking about. I've totally been just covering a case. You know, you came in here and said, hey, is this about Kohberger? You know, give me a break. It's ridiculous. And I didn't make a big deal out of it either. Okay, but you're just in the chat trying to draw attention to yourself, and you're not that interesting. All right, so good luck. Whew. Wow. State police yesterday sent to Binghamton laboratory soil, blood samples, and other evidence taken from a Seneca County cornfield where the body of a slain 20-year-old Minnesota woman was found Friday. Major Richard Tonesy, commander of State Police Troop E, said he was hoping to get lab results. Her naked body was found in a cornfield off Route 139. Her throat had been slashed. Tonesy said police have no suspects and declined to relate the slaying to convicted murderer Hugh Colm. Whatever the hell that is. And moving on to the next one. Ex-Schofield woman murdered in New York. An investigation is continuing into the August murder of a former Schofield woman. So this is about a month later. Her throat had been slashed and she bled to death, authorities said. There was no evidence of sexual assault. O'Connell had been visiting friend in Ovid and went for a walk at 11:30. On Friday, August 16th, a search party... search party of 80 state troopers, firefighters, and volunteers found her nude body in a cornfield. The spot was about a quarter of a mile from where soldiers from the nearby U.S. Army Seneca Depot said they saw her walking. Oh, that's different. Oh, there goes my stomach. I drank some carbonation. My stomach's like... About a quarter of a mile from where soldiers from the nearby U.S. Army Seneca Depot said they saw her walking at 12:10. So she was still, 40 minutes later, she's still out walking around. But who knows how accurate 11:30 is that she went. It could have been 12, you know. They set the time of her death between 12:15 and 1:30. So they're saying it was a half mile. What was that, a quarter? A quarter of a mile from where soldiers... Alright, so a quarter of a mile, and that's the Army deal. So let's see, maybe she was up here for a little bit on 96. So if we go there, that's a half mile. Hey, thanks, Leanne Bell. Yeah, so it's kind of like right around in that area. Except we don't know. I mean, I think I have pretty close to where she was found, but we don't know. But they saw her walking around. I mean, that's interesting. Didn't know that. They said the road on which she had been walking was a well-known rural shortcut. Okay, I got that. Move on to the next one. Next one is 6 days later. Hope you don't mind if we just kind of keep going through these, and then maybe we'll find another story over here. Thank you, Leanne Bell. Very kind, very kind. Slaying no longer the talk of Ovid, but investigation reaction continue. It's been less than 6 weeks since Kristen O'Connell's nude body was found. School kids hang around downtown and walk home. Yeah, I guess I don't really care about that article. Let's see if there's any developing information. Is she on this one? I don't know what that article was. There's another one from August 16th, 1986. So we're now a year later, this one is. Okay, now they have the same drawing in here, so that looks like that hasn't changed much. I think if we get 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more channel memberships, what would that be? Then I'll donate 5 myself. Alright, so if we get 10 more, then I'll donate 5. And I think that gets us to just sort of a normal type night. Can you guys do that? See if all together you can do, 10 of you can do 1 channel membership. Alright, so this one says, it's been a year since college student Kristen O'Connell was found murdered in an Ovid cornfield, but her bedroom at home in Burnsville, Minnesota is just the way she left it. Yeah. O'Connell said her husband Michael were in Seneca County this week to visit the places where the daughter was last seen. Let's see, I knew I had to come down here last night, Mrs. O'Connell said, and as she sat with her husband in the office of Senior Investigator Robert Fainer of the Waterloo State Police substation. It's almost like Kristen said, I had to retrace that last night she was alive. So the couple who stayed at a motel in Syracuse drove to Ovid, about 50 miles southeast of Rochester, Thursday evening, and stopped at the field on County Road 139, where Kristen's nude body was found late August 16th, her throat slashed. They talked to people who had been with their 20-year-old daughter at a party in Ovid the night of August 14th, when she left the party for a solitary walk and never returned. But they didn't find out anything that could help solve the murder. Favor said James Vermeersch Jr., the Ovid man Kristen O'Connell was visiting last summer after meeting him in Florida the previous spring, was never a suspect in her death. He was, probably because, the other people at the party were like, oh, yeah, he's right there. He was here. He was discounted almost immediately. Michael O'Connell, a Pillsbury Company executive in Minneapolis, and his wife, a leasing agent for commercial real estate, said they are convinced that the person who killed their daughter and left her body in the cornfield was someone familiar with the area. Anybody hear my challenge? Man, I swear to God, mine are almost never, I don't know what to say, but very rarely do I get it. It might not be a person who lives in Ovid, but someone who lives 20 or even 100 miles away, but knew the area around there. If you knew Chris, you'd know that everybody liked her. But Feiner assigned a full-time to O'Connell's murder case for the past year, said he has not discounted the possibility that the crime was committed by someone who had no local connections. And that didn't mean you, Chris O'Connell. I was trying to get some of the other freaks to... But thank you. To help out tonight. It's been pretty difficult. Yeah, so it's like everybody she was at that party with, it seems like this is a serial killer type, just somebody that saw her, found her, and it's crazy. Psychics clues. Oh, wow. Don't tell me they did it. Have hired 2 Midwest psychics. Oh, boy. And parents. The information they have supplied us with thus far has provided a couple of very strong leads. Oh, come on. Jeez. That's garbage. All right, so now we're on 1995 still in August. Although more than 10 years have passed. Oh, I guess this is supposed to be... Yeah, it's 1995. Never mind. Yeah, so it's 10 years. Although more than 10 years have passed since the death... Okay, you guys, we need 5 more gifted channel memberships by the freaks, and then I'll donate 5 myself. Can you guys do that for me? That would be fantastic. Instead of it just being Chris O'Connell, Chris O'Connell, Chris O'Connell. Which I really appreciate, but I'd like to take some pressure off of that. Oh, well, Lisa Valenzuela has her own challenge. If you guys donate 5 memberships, she'll donate $25 to the Buy Me a Coffee. That'd be awesome. I don't think we have any coffees this month so far. Where does it say that? I don't even know. I didn't see it. Anybody have the ability to do that one? And then I'll also donate 5 memberships because that'll have reached that. So there you go. It'll be 3-to-1. If you guys do 5 gifted memberships, I'll donate 5, and then she'll send in 25 to the coffee fund. So it's 3-to-1, you guys. 3-to-1. She was 20 years old at the time. Yeah, that's nothing new in there. And then this was also from 95. Troopers renew Ovid murder probe. 10 years ago, state police investigators Mike Goose Gastina was searching a thick cornfield along the east side of Seneca Lake when he heard the excited voice of another searcher 6 feet away. He said something like, "Oh my God, here she is," Gastina and Corney said of the volunteer firefighter who was, hey, thanks, Leanne Bell. All right, well, there you go. Hold on. And these cost me $25 as well. Although it goes back to some of it goes back to the channel because YouTube takes their percentage, and then I always hope that people will stay around as a channel member after their freebie runs out, instead of just every month trying to get another freebie, because it's only $1.99 a month. Well, there you go. Very cool, very cool. And thanks, everybody. Thank you, Chris O'Connell. Originally. And then another Chris O'Connell. And then Leanne Bell. And then Lisa Valenzuela. He got me the coffee. Very cool. Thank you. Let's see. He said something like, oh my God. At his feet was the nude body of 20-year-old Kristen O'Connell, the Minnesota college student. Throat had been slashed. She had been in Ovid for 2 days, visiting a man she met in Florida. She went for a walk. She never returned. Her killer was never arrested. Today, the search for the murderer has been renewed with a devoted intensity generated by a special 7-man team of veteran New York State Police homicide investigators, and the team, one of 9 in the state, formed to investigate unsolved homicides. The murder on August 14th, 1985, is vividly burned into the memories of some of the small Seneca County community. So police have police hope someone remembers new details, and Phyllis O'Connell, the dead girl's mother, hopes for a resolution. She wants to forget the murder, remember her daughter, and go on with her life. The team has a good record. It recently gathered enough evidence to bring charges in 3-year-old Gang Mills murder and to quickly arrest a man in the August bludgeoning death of an Addison woman. The case was never closed. Many of the 660 people who live in Ovid today are still puzzled and worried about the unsolved murder. Yeah, that would make you pretty worried, because it's it's somebody that hasn't been caught, and it's not somebody that was just living there, apparently. Or it could be even, I mean, who knows? Let's see. See if there's any new. Go to page 4. Oh, well, here we go. This will tell us. Let's see if we can get the right spot. It sort of looks good. There's that little house on the corner. Let's see if we can find that. I mean, there's a little curve just like that. Let's see. Will we get lucky here? I mean, that looks like the spot, right? I mean, there's that tree. Let me go around the corner. It could even be that might even be better right here. Coming around. Let's see. That's where I have it right there. But man, that seems more this field here, now that we... Let's see. I just think it's right. I think that's the tree right here. I think that big tree there is that one. I mean, it looks absolutely... Let's see if we can see the house or something through there. There's one right there. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. See that? I think that house and that house are the same house. And I think that big tree there is that big tree. So now that we see that, then this is the field that she was found in, not the one that I have. So that's how you can always narrow down stuff in these cases and really dial something in, is by, you know, looking at photographs and that kind of thing. So that is the spot. Can I get a boom? Yep, that's the tree. And these trees are newer here. That's why you can't see the house in it. But I guarantee you, look at the angle of that building. It's exactly the same. And then even if you go in on it like this, see how the roof comes out and then it continues on over there? It looks exactly like that. See that? Look at it. Does anybody question that one? I mean, that is just boom. And then there should be, if we go around this corner, there should be a window right up the top there. And there it is. See that? Right there and right there. And then right there, there's one at the top and then two down below. So we got that one. And they are back a little bit with... it's hard to get the exact spot, but I would say that they're probably, well, I don't know, that angle of the house, it might be a little bit, probably could even be right here. So there you go. I think that's exactly the spot that really matches well with what the map that they had also. It's right there. Yeah, isn't that cool? Yeah, that's how you do it. That's why we're accurate here. We actually know what we're doing. It's weird. I know it's hard to understand, but it's not as interesting, though, right? Like, people want to just talk about Kohberger every second of every day, and it's like, well, you know, sometimes there's other things that are kind of interesting. You know? Like, this case is pretty interesting. But it's hard to get people to watch because it's not, I just want to, you know, do you have any Kohberger information, Gray? Yeah, we went over that at the beginning. We're doing something else now. Investigator, let's see, stand on Route 139 west of Village of Ovid, near the scene where the body of Kristen O'Connell was discovered. Yep. In a thick cornfield. Mother has suspicions. Phyllis O'Connell talked to her daughter a few hours before Kristen went for the walk. She was very apprehensive, as though she wanted to tell me something, her mother said. Okay, so this is interesting. Let's do this part over here, though. I kind of remember this part. I was wondering, wasn't there... I thought this case had something where she didn't seem to be getting along with the guy very well or something. Anyways, right here it says, last seen on highway around 11 p.m. on that hot August night, O'Connell decided to go for a walk by herself. No one was sure why. She went barefoot and without her purse. She headed out of town, walking downhill along the cinder shoulder of the dark two-lane highway. I asked Vermeer why he let her go for a walk by herself, Phyllis O'Connell said in a phone interview from her Minnesota home. He said he was going to go get pizza. Well, see, that's interesting that he left at the time that she goes for that walk, right? And she didn't want to go with him. Well, why not? Why didn't she want to go with him? Phyllis O'Connell hired a private detective from Birmingham to investigate the case, but he quit after he received 2 threatening telephone calls. Wow, from who? The callers said that if he didn't get off the case, his family would be in jeopardy, Phyllis O'Connell said. Ed McDonald of Ovid was one of the last people to see O'Connell alive. He was driving along Route 139. This has got kind of interesting really quick here. He was last people to see O'Connell alive. He was driving along Route 139 headed to American Legion in Ovid to have a beer after getting off work at 11:30 p.m. at the nearby Seneca Army Depot. Let's see. He was driving along Route 139 headed towards the American Legion. Let's get this fixed. So this is 139. Where's the American Legion? There it is. Oh, right there. Okay. So that's the American Legion, and so we've got this Ed McDonald of Ovid was one of the last people to see O'Connell alive. He was driving along Route 139 heading to the American Legion in Ovid to have a beer after getting off work. Okay, so this now we know that he was headed east because that army place is up here. So he would have came down, got onto 139, and was heading this direction. You wouldn't be coming in from over here, I don't think. I don't know if you would go over there, and it seems like you would come down. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll figure that out, but he was coming down like this, and he must have driven by her. We came up the hill, saw her walking along the road, said the 62-year-old Navy veteran. I thought it was funny that she would be walking out of town alone. I saw a car driving right next to her, going slow, like the person in it was talking to her. Oh, boy. Or something. She didn't seem alarmed. There was another car going slow right behind the first car. Wow. Police interviewed McDonald shortly after the murder, and he told them the same story, Snyder said. Boy. I mean, it's just got pretty crazy right here. I wonder whether if that was right in that area, even. So they drove by because they were heading... I mean, it's hard to know. It could have been right up here. And also, could that car have been Vermeersch, the Vermeersch guy, the guy she went to visit? Because remember, he was going to go get some pizza, and maybe they had fought a little bit, and he's like, hey, come on, I'm sorry, some of this stuff is starting to come back a little bit. Let's see if that's what we hear here. Phyllis O'Connell talked to her daughter a few hours before Kristen went for her walk. So, didn't she go on that walk at 11? Yeah, so 11, so like 9 o'clock. She was very apprehensive, as though she wanted to tell me something, her mother said. I asked her what was wrong, and she said, oh, never mind. Don't worry about it. She said she was going to leave Ovid a day early, so that means it's not working out. There you go. That's it. So you see that part right there? It's not working out with Vermeersch. She's leaving early even. Phyllis O'Connell thinks her daughter might have seen something she wasn't supposed to see, or discovered that she didn't care for Vermeersch. There we go. So now it's a totally different mindset of Vermeersch now for anybody, sort of with common sense looking at this. They seem to have ruled him out early, but at this point, you'd look at him and go, I don't know, man. That's sort of interesting. Phyllis O'Connell thinks her daughter might have seen something she wasn't supposed to see or discovered that she didn't care for Vermeersch. Police don't agree with Phyllis O'Connell's suspicions. Okay, well maybe they have something more. They don't believe that Kristen was targeted for murder. They think Kristen was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, like a serial killer drove by. You have to remember, she was only in town for 2 days. Right, but the people she's visiting, I guess that'd be pretty stupid for the people that she's visiting, knowing that people know that she's going there, that they would target her, right? You have to remember, she was only in town for 2 days. Christina said, nobody knew her. It was a bizarre series of circumstances that brought this nice young lady to Ovid. Bizarre circumstances? It was like somebody drawing the short straw, and this poor girl came up with it. Well, I don't know why it's bizarre. I mean, she met somebody and she went to visit him. I'm not sure when you say it was like, I don't even get that part. Nobody knew her. It was a bizarre series of circumstances that brought this nice young lady to Ovid. And what were those bizarre circumstances? Investigators confident, but police want to find out who killed the young woman. The investigative team set up a command post in a 3-bedroom cottage on the ground of the Willard Drug Treatment Campus, 2 miles from the murder scene. For the past month, investigators have read and reread the volumes of reports generated by the case. They are feeding that information into a computer, interviewing people, and preparing to re-interview the hundreds of people contacted in the case. Police have plenty of physical evidence from the crime scene, Gustina said. Some of it, like blood, can now be processed for DNA sampling. This is 1995. I mean, today it's way better than that. Captain Walter Dlav is confident the case will be solved. This is a very solvable case, said Dlav. And yet it's still not. 30 years after he said that. And when we're finished, someone will be in jail, or there will absolutely positively be no more leads to look at. Although time might have dulled some memories, police hope time will also have dulled the murder's caution. They hope the killer might have bragged about the crime and someone will come forward. Phyllis O'Connell needs it solved so she can get on with her life. See, doesn't that suck? That means she's going to continue on with that forever. And still 30 years later. That was September. This is October. Murder victim's mom appeals for answers. Yeah. That last article had a lot of good stuff in it. I think the night of the murder, Kristen had gone for a walk alone at about 11 p.m. She was barefoot and didn't have her purse. Well, why'd she go walking barefoot? Police don't know what direction she took during her walk, but Phyllis O'Connell said she had a feeling she knows where Kristen was killed. She thinks it's in the house. When she came to Ovid a year after Kristen's death, Phyllis said she felt weighted... Okay, you mean the ghost told you? She felt weighted to a spot along a back road behind the cornfield. I felt fear, anxiety, and I was crying. So back here, like this, I don't know if that's a driveway or what the hell that is. Or maybe this road, Gilbert Road. But hey guys, if you're out there, if you could help support the channel, that would be fantastic. Well, let me do it this way. Hello, this is Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. If you'd like to help support the Gray Hughes Investigates YouTube channel that uses logic, reason, and common sense to work through cases, I would appreciate your support. Thank you for being here. That awesome? I mean, that is fantastic. Let's see. The weak Phyllis took the walk again, although the cornfield now is planted in alfalfa and weeds and bushes had grown along the road. When Phyllis came to the spot, she felt the feeling again. This time, it was even more intense. I started trembling. I heard a voice. No wonder they called the psychics. Oh, God, Mom. Oh, God, Mom, no. Oh, God, Mom, no. She said she later returned with police to the spot, but did not experience as intense a reaction. She said she was never given up on the case. I continually go over it in my mind. Yeah, that was pretty good, though, right? Come on. Kristen was a caring, kind girl. It is hard for me to believe anyone would have harmed her in that brutal way. In the 10 years since her daughter's death, Phyllis O'Connell said she consulted psychics and hired private investigators to work on the case. Recently, she has written a book about the trauma of dealing with the loss of her daughter. She hopes it will help other parents. Dlav said he asked O'Connell to come to Ovid to share any information she has. He said he shares Phyllis O'Connell's confidence that the case will be solved. We have better resources, better technology than we did then. Since the command post opened in August, it has received several telephone calls. He refused to discuss any specifics, but said everyone is a suspect. He should have said, including myself. But he didn't. Even though I had that really great thing, it didn't have any effect. Wow, that was so perfectly read, you guys. That was about as good as I could do. It wasn't even red. I just came out... said it out of my own mouth. As you could see. How come... Alright, judge orders DNA test in 1985 murder. The results of a DNA test on hair and blood samples might help state police decide whether a former Ovid resident... Ooh, who's that? The boyfriend? Is a suspect in the murder of a college student 10 years ago. Acting Seneca County Judge. See, this might be one of those tough cases. They find hair, etc., but it turns out it's from the person she was staying with, so that would explain why it was there, even though that might not be why it was there. Acting Seneca County Judge W. Patrick Falvey ordered samples taken from Gary L. Harris. That's a different person. 25. Following his appearance, let's see. Wow, okay, so Gary, let's see if we can find this guy then. Gary Harris. All right, let's see if we can find Gary Harris. I say it like that because people used to call me Gary, just for the hell of it. So if he was 20, he's 25, and... Well, that means he'd be 15 when this happened. How's that even a thing? Samples taken from Gary L. Harris, 25, following his appearance in court this week. So he's 15 years old? Wow, that's crazy. So if he was 15 in 95, 30, he'd be 55, right? I don't see it. Well, 58, it's saying here. So that would make more sense. That he was 18 Because this even has Gary L. Harris, which is the same. So let's go with that. And let's see if there's ever a time where it mentions Ovid. Contact information, address history. More like Niagara. Let's try this other Gary Harris. Yeah, this is a different person. '58 would be closer to that age group. Okay, address history. There's a whole bunch here. Oh, that's Fort Lewis. Yeah, it's not. Wow, hey, thanks. Marty's Bar and Grill. Thank you. Very kind, very kind. Yeah, there's Gary Harris. It's 58. Gary L. Harris. That's what they're saying right here. I don't think 25 was correct. I bet that was supposed to be 28. Harris, who lived in Chapman Street at the time. Okay, here we go. So let's see. Chapman Street. Ovid. Hey, thanks so much, Gary. Thanks, Marty's Bar and Grill. Wow, he lived right there. That's not the street that the mom was talking about, right? So he lived right here. Gary L. Harris. Right there. Okay. Where the hell were we? I had an article up here, didn't I? Yeah, right here. All right, so acting Seneca County Judge W. Patrick Falvey ordered samples taken from Gary L. Harris, 25, following his appearance in court this week. Harris, who lived in Chapman Street at the time of the murder, was brought to Seneca County from Rikers Island. Oh boy, this guy's in prison. That's, wow, that's interesting. Rikers Island, huh? Wow. So, was brought to Seneca County from Rikers Island, a New York City jail, where he is serving time for violating parole following a robbery conviction. District Attorney Donna, I wish if it was more something related to a violent crime, it'd have more meaning. District Attorney Donna Cathy said Harris is a possible suspect in the August 1985 murder of Kristen O'Connell, whose nude body was found in a cornfield, her throat slashed. The investigation into O'Connell's murder was reactivated in September when a 10-member violent crime investigation team from Troop E was formed and assigned to the case. Among the leads that led investigators to Harris were hairs at the crime scene, which had, and this person is black, so it uses a totally outdated word that nobody says anymore. That's ridiculous. Characteristics, and I don't even think it was used at that time. 95? Come on. Anyways, the hair was it was a black person, and reports that Harris had been in the area around the time of the murder. Also hair, and they should retest that hair now, because you can actually get a full genetic profile from a hair without the root at this point. Let's see. Harris had been seen in the area around the time of the murder. Also, Harris was the only black male living in Ovid at the time of the murder, police said. Kathy said DNA testing was being requested now because it was not available in 1985. The test will eliminate him as a suspect or indicate that he should continue to focus on him, or we should continue to focus on him. Yeah, Rikers Island's a nightmare. You don't want to go there. Harris assigned counsel Schuler Van Horn of Geneva argued that Kathy had failed to show cause why the samples should be taken. Well, how about just the fact that they're there? Van Horn criticized police statements about the hairs found on O'Connell's body taken at the time of the murder. He argued that the hairs had been determined to be unsuitable for a comparison, but they would be now. He called rank hearsay new statements by state police investigators that Harris was identified as a possible suspect in 1986 and had been walking in the direction of a bar near the cornfield on the day of O'Connell was murdered. Van Horn said all the new police statements proved was that Harris was in Ovid. It did not show probable cause that he was involved. Being in the community or being black in the community does not meet the requisite proof of probable cause. Yeah, but see, now you could actually get a DNA sequence and do genetic genealogy. You wouldn't need the permission. So what they should do is take that same hair, get a DNA profile from it, and do FGG or IgG. What do you guys think about that? In rejecting Van Horn's argument, Falvey said the district attorney did not need to show cause beyond a reasonable doubt. Senior state police investigator David Gould and investigator Vince Snyder, who are heading the team, emphasized that Harris is one of the many suspect names that have come up. I mean, I guess what the thing is why not test it? You know? Police get new leads. This is 1998 here. Police get new leads in Ovid murder. The files in the unsolved Ovid murder of a 20-year-old Minnesota college student would fill a pickup truck, but new clues uncovered last week could finally lead to an arrest in the 13-year-old mystery. State Police senior investigator Vincent J. Snyder has read and reread the files countless times as a member of the 7-man team trying to break the case. Though it has been more than a decade since the nude body of 20-year-old Kristen O'Connell was found in a cornfield with her throat slashed, no one has been arrested. Snyder believes an arrest will come this year. Well, it didn't. Thanks to information police uncovered the past few days, information they won't publicly discuss. We always believed that this case was solvable, said Snyder, who's been an officer for 24 years. There's a name that I'm seeing in my file over here that it seems familiar, so I guess we'll be looking at that again. We've always believed that this case was solvable, but this recent information, very honestly, makes me believe we may be getting close to making an arrest in the very near future. But those gut feelings aren't new. They've occurred numerous times in the past, and investigators tracked down what looked like promising leads, only to discover the tips were mistakes, lies, or dead ends, said Captain Mark Fisher, who heads the Special Violent Crime Investigation Team handling the case. That little head comment made me remember. You know, just your inflection on sentences make a big difference. You know, like what if I said, "What's set up in the road ahead?" Or "What's set up in the road ahead?" See how those are the same exact words that mean completely different things. I was just goofing around. Come on, you guys. That was pretty good. Let's see. The team... Let's see. The members have interviewed more than 200 people, including prison inmates traveling to several states that saw the case. The team is so sure it will solve the murder. 5 months ago, the state attorney general's office assigned an assistant attorney general to help prepare the case for prosecution. Police also are sure they know what O'Connell was doing before her murder. She had gone to Ovid August 12th, 1985 to visit James Vermeersch's wow. So let's see. Police also are sure they know what O'Connell was doing before her murder. She had gone to Ovis August 12, 1985 to visit James Vermeersch Jr., whom she had met a few months earlier in Florida. She wanted to learn more about him before they started dating. 2 nights later, O'Connell, who resembled actress Brooke Shields, left Vermeersch's rented trailer near the edge of town to go for a barefoot walk along Route 139, a dark 2-lane highway heading out of town. That's the last time she was seen alive. And we're going to page 6A, or whatever the hell that is. Or A, what was it? Wow, that sucks. Let me, when is this? This is 1998, January 11th. Let's try to find this exact one. I gotta read the rest of that one. That looks like a good one. Yeah, that was, January 11th, 1998. So January 1998, New York. So that should come up with the same... Oops. Okay. So there's that. Is that the same? And then it says on 6A. Now, see, that one looks like the same as the last one. So let me go find another version of the same file. See O'Connell on 6A. So this is... I can't see what section that is, but... Yeah, why does it do that? Jeez, that's crazy. Guess I have to go to another one. Maybe this one will go to the page it's supposed to be on. Yeah, okay, cool. So that's from 1A. So this one is that other one. It has that same picture that we saw that other time. And we're able to sort of figure out exactly where she was found. Is anybody here? I mean, Jessica said absolutely and Michelle said yes about 10 minutes ago. Fisher believes O'Connell was attacked along the road. And don't say I'm just listening, okay? Was attacked along the road and pulled into the adjacent cornfield. So if I go back, yes, this one has the A's in it. So there you go. We can go to the first one. The last sentence was, the last time she was seen alive. Then Fisher believes O'Connell was attacked along the road and pulled into the adjacent cornfield. That's what I was thinking. Investigators doubt the murder was planned. They think O'Connell was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Police don't know. I wonder if they found her clothes. Police don't know or won't say if more than one person was involved or if O'Connell knew her killer. Anybody there, you guys? Hello? Hello? Anybody there? Investigators doubt the murder was planned. They think O'Connell was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Police don't know or won't say if there's anybody else. There are other questions. When did you comment? 20 minutes ago? Yeah. Oh, I guess I have a turn on the live chat. So one person commented. Yeah, investigators, back then it says, there are other questions they wouldn't answer, including whether she was sexually abused, if the knife was recovered, or if any of the killer's blood, hair, or semen was recovered. But in December 1995, Gary L. Harris, who was a 15-year-old, so I guess it was a 15-year-old, Ovid resident, at the time of the murder, was ordered by Seneca County judge to give police blood and hair samples to see if he was connected with the killing. At the time, Harris was serving a prison term in Rikers Island in New York City for parole violation. According to a story in the Finger Lakes Times, the DNA in Harris' hair was to be compared with hair found on O'Connell's body. Thanks, Chris O'Connell, again. Jeez, thank you so much. Snyder wouldn't comment on the hair and blood samples. Obviously, Gary Harris has not been arrested, Snyder said, and he has not been ruled out as a suspect. The DNA tests were not done in 1985 because the technology didn't exist then. But those tests are being conducted today, and they've allowed police to eliminate suspects. Police won't say if they know. I wonder if they know that they've got the DNA from the killer. Or is it just a bunch of random hairs, etc.? Police won't say if they know who the killer is and have interviewed him but have not arrested him because they don't have enough evidence. But investigators say the list of suspects is shrinking and it's only a matter of time before the killer is arrested. O'Connell's mother, Phyllis, of Burnsville, Minnesota, agrees. They've been working on it for quite some time and eliminating suspects one by one, said O'Connell. I think they'll solve it. According to investigators, some of the suspects live in the Ovid area, which concerns some of the 600 residents, this quiet Seneca County community, or in this community. I often wonder if the murderer is still in the area, said Doris Deleuze, a 49-year-old child counselor, who, with her husband and 2 daughters, live across the road from the murder scene. So that's probably that house that we were looking at. Yeah, so probably this one or the one that was right. Yeah, so they could be in this house. Oh, isn't that the one? Hold on. I can't tell. That's definitely not the same. Yeah, so it's not the same as that one. So that's probably where they lived, right there. I want to just see for the hell of it. What was her name? Let's see. Doris Deleuze. I'm just going to see. Come on. And Ovid. And how old was she then? 49 in 1998, so that would be 27 plus 49, which is set. Yeah, so I think I found her right here. Oh, yeah, it even has the right address and everything. Let's see. Hold on, you guys. We'll see if the witness in here, if this address is still the one. Hold on. Yep, it's going to be it. It's even on Road 139. Isn't that crazy? After all that time. I wonder if that's the exact house, though. Can I get a boom? I mean, look at that. That's just crazy, isn't it? That's so crazy. I love stuff like that. All right. See? Logic, common sense. It's kind of an uneasy feeling because you don't know if the killer is someone sitting next to you. It just helps even more prove that we got the right spot. Investigators fear it says, it's kind of an uneasy feeling because you don't know if the killer is someone sitting next to you or it's someone long gone. Investigators fear the latter. They worry the murderer left the area and has kept silent about the killing. Cases like this are solved when the killer brags about the murder, said Fisher, who believes that scenario is the only way the case will be solved. Police interviewed several people who boasted of being involved, but those boasts turned out to be jailhouse bravado or sick jokes, said Fisher. Meanwhile, continued news stories of the murder renew public interest. Hopefully people in the community realize we haven't forgotten about the case. Phyllis O'Connell said she's forgiven the killer a long time ago. O'Connell said of the murder, but he's put our family through so much pain and he has just walked away free. I don't think this individual really realizes what he's done. Oh, I think they do. They just don't give a shit, you know. All right, so now that was 1998. Then we got 2009 here. Now they're talking about DNA may solve 85 slang. Crime investigators faulted the New York State Health Department on Wednesday for blocking efforts to use a sophisticated DNA technique. New York sucks for that. It wasn't until like this Rex Huerman stuff that they finally, jumped back in and sort of allowed them to use DNA. So they had blocked efforts to use a sophisticated DNA technique to try to solve the 1985 slaying of a Minnesota college student. Why would you block it? Kristen O'Connell, 20, was visiting a friend in the village of Ovid 24 years ago this week when she vanished after leaving a party to go for a walk. 2 days later, searchers found her nude body in a cornfield with her throat slashed. State police and Seneca County investigators have been promised up to $40,000 in county funds to enlist a Dutch forensic team that specializes in sophisticated touch DNA. That's late to solve. Today I would believe it, but man, 2009. But they said state health officials have stymied the effort because the Amsterdam lab isn't certified in New York. Right. That's what it was about. I remember that. Not from this case, but that's why they don't do it, because you're not certified. Touch DNA is in New York. Touch DNA is a technique that can detect tiny amounts of cells left behind from a person's touch. We feel this is our best effort to solve this case, County District Attorney Richard Swinehart said. We are very frustrated with the bureaucracy of the department. The health department is waiting for the Dutch lab to apply for certification in New York, and once it does, we will expedite our review, the agency said. What do you mean review? And these people are just... Oh, boy. That's why we just never get shit done. And by the way, I'll say this right now. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I'm so proud and pumped about what we did with Maduro in Venezuela. I think it's like, I mean, the funny thing is right now, you guys, I mean, I don't care what party you're in. If you're listening to Democrats trashing what he did, you should be ashamed, because and you're into it, because Biden increased the reward on the capture of Maduro to $25 million from 15. So Democrats were really into the same thing, and now they're just, it's Trump derangement syndrome. They've got to find some way to attack something that's good, because they can't allow anything good to happen. All right? It's crazy. All right, back to this. Bodie Technology already is certified in New York to do this work. McConnell, a hotel and restaurant major at Stout University from Burnsville, Minnesota, was barefoot and alone late at night when she left the party on August 14th, 1985. 2 days after she arrived in town, police said two people spotted walking behind her. Not driving anymore. Were never located. She was stabbed multiple times a quarter mile outside the village. Witnesses said there was a hellacious, from-the-gut scream, which we believe was Kristen's last cry for help. Wow, we didn't hear that. State police investigators Jeffrey Arnold said it is our belief that there was more than one person involved in this homicide. Wow. So now we've got way more stuff here. Yeah, I don't give a shit about people, the Portland protesters. What a bunch of idiots. They're just... last December, state police began pushing for DNA analysis to be carried out by Richard and Selma Eichelboom, a famed husband and wife forensic team from the Netherlands with a track record of solving difficult-to-solve crimes. I know, I should. When the Eichelbooms declined to accept the case, investigators thought they had crossed the biggest hurdle. Decided, not decline. But the state health department has refused to give the couple a one-time exemption. Man, this is pretty crazy over here. There was a loud scream, and then there was just two people walking behind her, not driving. And they think more than one person was involved. State police on Wednesday distributed an audio file and transcript of an anonymous call regarding the case received August 23, 1985, days after the murder, hoping that making the evidence public... Does anybody know where that is? Hold on a second. I mean, is there... What's that called? Anonymous phone call. Chris O'Connell murder. An anonymous phone call was made to the New York State Police in Auburn approximately this is on Google. 1 week after the August 1985 murder of 20-year-old college student Kristen O'Connell is a key piece of evidence in the unsolved case. The caller, described as a man with a slight accent, directed investigators to look for a green Chevrolet parked on Main Street in the village of Waterloo. The caller told police, and if you open the trunk, you'll find what you want, suggesting the murder weapon or evidence was inside. The caller claimed I wonder if this is a psychic. The caller claimed he was getting out of town because he had told the perpetrator not to do it. So he might have been the one with the other one. State police believe the caller may have been driving a green or blue car with 2 other men, which was seen near O'Connell as she walked along the road in Ovid, New York, shortly before her disappearance. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, let's see this one. So this was actually a pretty big case, I think. What's this one?
Told if she was still alive. Instead, Anna had launched her first concert to Alt.
I think this is
Spring break in Florida.
The search ended at 10 minutes after 5 when Kristen O'Connell's body was found in a cornfield off West Seneca Street in Ovid.
she had.
Kristen O'Connell was a college student from Minnesota.
She's striking.
Investigators say she was in Ovid, visiting a young man she met while in spring break in Florida.
The search ended at 10 minutes after 5 when Kristen O'Connell's body was found in a cornfield off West.
Are those all that stuff visible? I think that's probably the barn that's around the corner.
West Seneca Street in Ovid.
She had multiple stab wounds. Her throat had been slit, and she was naked.
But investigators say there were no signs of sexual assault.
I think this is a random crime.
I wonder if that's that right there. Let's see that overhead shot. Hold on. So that's probably... Is it that one? Let's see. Yeah, there we go. I think. I think they're kind of looking over here. No, it can't be that. It's dirt, so... I'm not sure where that dirt road is. They have in this picture right there. That doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Of opportunity, sexually motivated.
News 10 NBC obtained these pictures of the clothes Kristen was wearing when she was killed.
I think it was a very violent encounter, and I believe that Kristen fought back very violently as well.
Of the clothes Kristen was wearing when she was killed.
I think it was a very violent encounter.
That's a really good image there. Just a second. It's weird. Oh yeah, I think that's it. There we go. Just like that. Yep. And so they have their the cop cars. I think I can see where the crime scene is. Hold on. I think it's like right here. All right, look at that. Look at this. So that shot right there. See that? That's this area, the same one. And if we go up here, I can see. I don't know if you guys can make that out, but see, there's where those cars are, and if you look right there, there's this little sort of indentation inside the corn, and I think it's right there. I think her body was found right there. Doesn't that make sense? And there's that tree. Yeah, it might be even a little bit more up here. Somewhere like right in there.
And I believe that Kristen fought back very violently as well. And ultimately, I think that might have motivated this person or persons to silence her.
Kristen was staying at this trailer behind the Golden Buck restaurant, less than a half.
Oh, sweet. Man, we get everything. Golden Buck Restaurant. Yeah, so it's right next to that American Legion, the bar, actually. It's right there. And, let's go down to Street View. I wonder if that's still there, even. That's the Golden Buck. How did they word that? Was it right behind it? That's the Golden Buck.
To silence her.
Kristen was staying at this trailer behind the Golden Buck restaurant.
Okay. So trailer behind the Golden Buck. So let's see. We go up in the air from here. And then maybe there was a trailer. This is 2006, 1995. Maybe that one. Maybe that thing right there. It's still there. So this would be where James R. Vermeer Jr. lived. Right there. Pretty sure that's a house. That looks like could be a trailer there. Yeah, could also be this one, but you know, right in this area. All right. Pretty crazy. Getting a little bit more extra information here.
Less than a half mile from where she was found dead. Around 11:30 p.m. on August 14th, she went for a walk.
Kristen would have been walking this direction on County Route 139.
She didn't take her purse and was barefoot.
And at a certain point, direction on County Route 139.
She didn't take her purse and was barefoot.
And at a certain point, she turns around and then begins her trek back towards the trailer.
Thanks, Jim Law.
Shortly after midnight,
there was a loud scream.
Oh, so she turned around and came back.
It says house.
So what they're saying is that she was, let's see, let me get the right orientation here. She was over here and then walked this direction and then somewhere turned around and then was attacked over here.
That was heard. It was a high-pitched scream.
State Police investigator George Gerbic says witnesses also spotted Kristen being followed by two men.
That's the last known sighting of her alive.
Do you believe those two men are who killed her?
I do. Yeah. I do. I think those two are involved.
But investigator Gerbic says those men have never been identified. About a week after Kristen's body was found, an anonymous phone call was made to state police. Here's the audio from that.
We get to hear the audio. Here we go, everyone. This is crazy. Let me, I'm gonna record this so I don't have to try to find it again. Hold on a second. Yeah, that's crazy. There it is. Audacity. Let me turn down my audio.
Phone call.
You want the guy to kill that guy that girl? Go ahead. You look at find the Chevy, the green Chevy on Main Street in Waterloo, and you'll find him. If you open his trunk, you'll find what you want.
Troopers went to Waterloo, but never found a green Chevy.
There was actually more than that said, though, right? See, this one's really interesting. See how, like, there's these other interesting cases out there, but people just aren't interested. Sadly. When I say people, I mean the masses. Thanks, Jim Lawn. All right.
Not really so sure that it was a phone call meant to help us or not.
Do you think it was someone trying to throw investigators off?
Very possible that that's exactly what happened with that call.
Investigator Gerbeck believes this voice could be the killer's.
In Waterloo, the opening trunk, I'm getting out of town because I told them not to do it. I told them not to do it. I'm getting out of town.
There's no lack of suspects or leads. We have over 2,000 leads in this case.
A half mile from the crime scene is the former Willard Psychiatric Center. In 1985, it housed hundreds of psych patients, some of them violent.
You know, at the time, the psych center was, my understanding, was overcrowded, understaffed. So that's always something that I would not want to rule out as a possibility.
Investigators say a witness also reported seeing a green or blue sedan driving slowly by Kristen as she was walking that night. That driver has also never been identified.
I think that the killers have moved, and you can rest assured that we are definitely not too far behind them.
State police say the man Kristen was visiting in Ovid and other people at the trailer that night were cleared as suspects. Next week, hear from Kristen's mother as she fights for justice.
I'm going to add this to my folder. That was good. Police believe O'Connell put up a violent fight. There's our hope that through further analysis of evidence we have that will obtain DNA samples. They need to go through it now with the new technology. Maybe her clothing, stuff like that. The victim's family, backed by New York Senator Charles Schumer and Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar, man, they're still, this is 2009, they're still doing this yet, has urged the health department to authorize the testing. They're railroading for their own purpose. There could be no other reason, said Kyle O'Connell, a construction company owner in St. Paul who was 15 years old when his sister died. They're covering something up. It's professional. I don't know. Everyone always thinks there's a cover-up, you know, but it's just, it could just be that, you know, I mean, there's really, I don't know, understand the reasoning sometimes, but it's almost never a cover-up. We don't know who threatened the private investigator. They never said. Is that the one we just did? This one? We're getting near the end here. Not sure what this case is here. For about 10 years, and the state police gold worked the homicide detail. And there's one case still open that he's determined to help solve before he dies. Kristen O'Connell. This is 2018. It's a shame. Yeah, let's see. In 1992, Gold received an award for outstanding police action. All right, anyways, let's just go. There's this last one in 2023, and then after that, we'll look to see if there's anything newer. What we know about the case. August 14th, sometime during the day, Kristen called her mother to let her know that she planned on ending her trip early and coming home the next day, according to her mother. That means she wasn't having a good time. She didn't feel the same way or whatever. And then around 11 to 11:30 p.m., Kristen left a gathering at the boys' house to go on a walk. She never returned. August 16th, around 5 p.m., her body was found in a cornfield, naked and stabbed in the chest with her throat slit. Witnesses came forward to say that they saw Kristen walking along County Route 139, and others claim to have seen her stopped along the road talking to someone in a car. Other people have said they saw Kristen walking back to her trailer she was staying at with two men following behind her. Despite having over 2,000 leads, it seems none of them have panned out since the police have never named a suspect. I guess that was her. Here, I'm going to do, let's do a newspapers.com. and see if we can get a Kristen O'Connell 2023 to 2025 New York. None. Did I spell that wrong? Oh, there's another L. Okay. Let me put the quotes around it. Nope, nothing there. How about 2019? Nope. All right. Well, there you go, you guys. That was pretty interesting, wasn't it? That's crazy. So 11, Kristen O'Connell met James R. Vermeersch Jr. in Florida, and they seemed to get along over there. So she went from, I can't remember which state she lived in, but she went to go visit him there, and obviously things weren't going that well. She had talked to her mom earlier in the evening on August 15th, and kind of said she was going to come home earlier, but around 11 o'clock in the evening she went for a walk. She went down the street this direction. A witness drove by and saw her walking. Some people say that she stopped to talk to somebody that was in a car. Maybe that was James Vermeersch, the guy driving in the car, but maybe there was two other people. But apparently when she was walking back to the trailer over here, there was two people following her, and she disappeared. Then 2 days later, a bunch of volunteers found her body over here. Apparently they've got, and she was stabbed in the chest, naked, throat cut. Apparently they found her clothing there. And
I'm considering sporting a toupee in the new year.
What am I looking at? Oh, you did? Where'd you send it to me? I guess I should have looked on Google. Huh? I don't understand. You're just posting other people's screenshots, not an article. I'll just look it up later. That link didn't go to anywhere. And then, why do you guys do this thing where you share it on Google? I don't really get that. Like these share Google. It's weird. I guess that's the one right here. Thanks for sending that one. Kristen O'Connell from Burn. Why was there a name in my folder of Michelle? Maybe that was another victim, maybe. I don't know. Kristen O'Connell from Burnsville, Minnesota, was visiting a friend in Ovid, New York in August of 1985. Yep, we got all that. Decades later, the fight for justice lives on. On Thursday evening, people gathered in Ovid to honor a life cut short. Kristen's mother still lives in Minnesota and was unable to travel to New York for the remembrance ceremony. Kristen's case remains an open and active investigation. According to New York State Police, however, DNA evidence in her case has gone untested. How stupid. They're saying it's an open investigation. I'm not sure how much time they're spending on it. They've had thousands of leads, but in my opinion, after 40 years, it doesn't get much colder. Today we spoke to Kristen. We spoke Kristen's name We are asking all the local authorities to test all the DNA, and we want to help the local authorities. If there's any blocking barrier, we want to help and take that down. Yeah, what's the deal now? I mean, New York's already, moving forward. Members of the group say it's likely someone in the Ovid area knows what happened to Kristen the night of August 14th. Anyone with information is asked to contact the New York State Police Troop E Major Crimes Unit at 585-398-4100. Crazy. All right, well, I think that's going to do it for me, guys. And thanks again for everybody who decided to help support the channel tonight. Wish we had more people making it, less, taking some of the pressure off of some of the other people. Not that there's pressure, they just are really kind, but it'd be nice if you guys would, other people would help on certain nights. I mean, I don't have the ability to make ad revenue on these live streams. Okay, there just isn't any. So it kind of comes down to the people watching and wanting to keep the channel going, and I'm sure we'll have cases that come along that are bigger and will do better, etc. But right now there isn't any. Well, I hope you guys thought that was interesting. Pretty crazy, right? Chris O'Connell going over a case of Kristen O'Connell. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like, man, why aren't they testing? I wonder if the DNA is such where, they're sort of nervous. Oh, look, it'll be DNA that goes back to the people that are at the party, but of course there would be a hair or something that might have been on her from the party. Who knows how that would play out. All right, so thank you to let's see, Common Sense, Richard Watts, Chris O'Connell gifted 5. Then Chris O'Connell did a super chat. That would be equivalent to 4, so that'd be 9. Then we had Carl gift 10 total. I remember the other 5. So Carl, then Leanne Bell, Kelly Snyder, T. Morrell 2 months. Thank you. Love Boston 11 months. Thank you. The Vegas Andrews. Then we have Kathy Friedenmaker. Then we had Sandy Shirley 34 months. Chris O'Connell. And then Chris O'Connell gifted 20 memberships. I mean, so that would be, what is that, 29 at that point. And then here's the other one from Carl. And then we have Leanne Bell. And then we have Leanne Bell. And then Chris O'Connell gifted 5. So that would be 34. Then Leanne Bell gifted 5 again. Or 5. Very kind. And then we had Maddie. What was that? 5? How many was that again? So it was 5, 25, 30, yeah, 34. And then I gifted 5. Then Stephanie Sprague. And then Marty, Bar and Grill, gifted 10. Very kind. And then Chris O'Connell, so that would be equivalent to 35. And then Jim Lawn. So basically what I'm telling you guys is if Chris O'Connell wasn't here tonight, we would have been woefully short. We'd be like about 80% of a goal from everybody else. Wouldn't even be close. Not even that, like 70. So, you know, we had that, and then we also had Marty's Bar and Grill, who made up another 10 of those. So, that's, you know, I always get nervous when it's kind of like there's only a few different people make us reach the goals, and there isn't really a lot of help from everybody else. So it's kind of like, ooh, makes you nervous about it. You know, that it's not repeatable over time, because I'm sure, you know, Chris O'Connell, Lisa Belson, and Marty's Bar and Grill probably have other things they could, you know. I'm glad that they are wanting to help my channel out. I mean, I don't know what I'd be doing without them currently. We'd be in a really bad place. So thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Yeah. So, anyways, hope you guys found that interesting. And then thanks also to Lisa Valenzuela for her half a bucket of coffee up there. And her challenge. So that was good. Thank you. Yeah, it's hard to, that's what, well, I just said that. It's not, you know, like what I'm trying to say is, let's say there's a night that none of them were here, or they just couldn't support the channel that night. We just wouldn't even come close a lot of these nights. So I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the deal with, like, the rest of everybody. I don't know. It used to be where everybody was helping, and it just sort of was more democratic, and you know, this was the page that I was looking at right here, by the way. This is this massive database, and then I just saw that one. I go, oh, I think I've done that one before, and that was the Kristen O'Connell. But there's all these other ones on here that look sort of interesting. She looks really pretty too. That one. I often look at the female murders, because a lot of times the guys are like a shooting or something. You know, if it's a young kid or something, then it probably has a different meaning. But I always look at the females, because it's usually some crazy killer guy or something that did something. Have I done that one? Rhonda Wicht. Let me check.
My roommate, Mexican Tony, got swept up
I did.
by ice.
See, look at right there. See, Rhonda Wicht. See, I did that one back in, well, probably not horrendously long ago, but I'm sure a couple of years ago. So that's in there. A lot of these I don't remember doing, because there's so many. We've done thousands of cases. You got swept up by ice, huh, Jim? No, that's too bad. Now, this is one I was looking at before the show started. Let me just take a quick little look at that one. If you don't mind, okay. Teresa Rose Roger, 1971. That should be the only person with that name. Oh yeah, I don't even know. Let's see, let me get rid of that. Yeah, she's not even in the newspaper. It sucks. Let's try this other site, this one right here. Teresa R. Roger, 1971, and New York, right there. Nothing. Isn't that wild? It's crazy. I mean, I bet you if you put it in here, it wouldn't even be there. Who murdered... Where'd it go? I was just looking at it. Oh boy. Rhonda... It was Rhonda something. Oh yeah, there it is. Teresa Rose Roger. Teresa Seavers, a holistic doc. No, that wasn't it. Yeah, so that doesn't, there's nothing there. I think we've done this one. Kimberly Krim. Marsha Lamonda. Did I do that one? L-A-M Lamonda. Yep, right there. See, I don't even remember doing that one at all. But it just shows you the vast number of cases that we've done. That one I was looking at. Morph did one on that last one. Look at all these people that are just unsolved cases of some sort. It's nuts. That one we did, Melissa Pesky. Kind of interesting that it made it in here. Ah, man, I wonder what the hell's happening. That one's so crazy. She told a friend, if I ever get shot, my husband did it. Scared to death of her husband. Then she was leaving her husband to be with some other guy, had her kids in the car, driving across country, and was shot in the head while driving the vehicle. To me, and it seems really obvious. I mean, unless it's just... And then apparently I was just reading that she was on a phone with her sister and then told her sister that she had to go around this car. And then right after that, she didn't talk anymore. So I was kind of wondering if, you know, what if that was the killer in the car that she went around? I don't think it's road rage, but I'm just wondering if that person slowed down to a point where it forced her to go around and then he shoots, you know. And it might have been in the fast lane, something like that. That guy looks just like Allen Iverson, man. That's crazy. Eyes and everything. Yeah, let's look at that one. Did I have that one? Folk. Now this, I used to love I still love doing this stuff, but unfortunately people just aren't really that interested. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Let's try it. This is just bonus material here. Leanne Falk. And the year is 1985. Just like the last case we just did. Hey, thank you, Timothy Cecil. You have to do a daily 10, but thank you.
End of show, my daily 10.
This is in Maryland? I could see that one not having any information. Okay, let's see. There's one reference in here. The task force is composed of family and friends of those missing, as well as law enforcement and representatives. Some of these cases are cold cases, like the cases of Leanne Falk, missing since November 16th, 1985, and Bernadette Stevenson. And that's all, man. That's all you got. What is this one? Yeah, that's a obituary preceded in death by his daughter, Leanne Falk. So that's her, but what about this one here? Okay, Tony Brook is working with the Maryland Missing Person Network to raise awareness of his sister's case. The Capital Gazette reported Sunday, this is 2020, Leanne Falk was reported missing in Prince George County on November 16, 1985. She was 21 years old when she was last seen near the District of Columbia suburb of Oxon Hill. Authorities investigated Falk's case as a homicide, but her body was never found. The network reviews cases, conducts background checks, and contacts the people believed to have information. How about, where is Leanne Falk? Leanne Falk is a woman who disappeared from Hyattsville, Maryland on November 6, 1985 at the age of 21. She's considered a cold case homicide victim, and her current whereabouts are unknown. Though her family continues to seek answers and searched a local park in 2022, believing her body may be there, she was last seen with an unidentified man known as JJ or JJ, and left behind all her belongings, suggesting foul play. She was with an unidentified male, classified as a suspected homicide, though her body has never been found. She's 5 feet tall, 130 pounds, brown eyes. Huh. I was thinking of Hewerman for some reason. I'm sure that would be somebody recognizable. He was walking around with a giant nut job. Shall I look for another one? That one. Pamela Blumel. So I have some of my Google Earth names don't include ones I've done for some reason. Let's see if I can find that. Yeah. Cool. That's Lakewood, Colorado, 1976. All right, let's move this back over here. Pamela Blumel. I think that's how it was spelled, right? Yeah. 1976. What day was that? December 11th, so we could go December. And then Colorado. Nothing. Let's get rid of that. And there's one. Lakewood corpse identified. A body found August 18th under a trailer at a motel here has been identified as that of a missing Denver girl. Lakewood police reported Wednesday. The victim was identified as Pamela Jean Blumel, who would have been 16 in July. Her parents notified police last December that she had run away. This is 1977. Captain Howard Cornell said the cause of death hasn't been determined. The girl is believed to have been dead for 3 to 6 months, and the body was badly decomposed, he added. Cornell said the tentative identification was made through dental charts and confirmed through fingerprints after a computer check revealed a computer check. You guys were using computers in 77? The hell are you talking about? I mean, it was like, man, that was barely. I mean, Apple, I guess, like, sort of. I mean, that's crazy. After a computer check revealed about 20 missing girls in the Denver area matched the general description. It's weird that they even used computer check back then. I mean, even the word. It's pretty crazy. And that's the only time she was ever mentioned. Here, let me see if she's in this one now. Pamela Blue Mill. 1977 to 19. Here, let's just do 1976 to 1980 in Colorado, right there. Let's see what happens. Oh, she's in this one. What day was that? That was September 1st. The body was identified Wednesday as that of Pamela Jean Blumel. Captain Howard Cornell said the girl had been listed as a runaway with Denver police by her parents last December when the family was living in Denver. The family has since moved to Lakewood, Cornell said. The girl apparently had been dead 3 to 6 months. He said tentative identification was made through dental charts. So what is this? This one is later. Oh, this one's before that. Let's see what this says. The day before. Okay. Cause of death hasn't been determined. Nope. Not much on that one. See, it's sort of hard sometimes because there's nothing. They don't have anything. Like some stories just don't make it into the news. So many of them. This one looks old. Kathleen Tennant. I doubt she looked like that. Do we look at that one really quick? Kathleen Tennant. Colorado, so that works. All right, well, this one has way more than the other one. Let's see if this is one that we might want to look at later. That's weird. Youth father sued in crash. This is June 30th. That's June 30th. A $28,000 civil suit brought in connection with a two-car accident last May at the intersection of O'Neill and Hollywood was filed in district court Wednesday by a Pueblo woman. Pueblo, Colorado. Oh boy. God, I hope this isn't what this is connected to. This would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Delirium flux capacitor 1.21 gigawatts.
Look how weird this is. Let's see. Plaintiff in the case is Kathleen Tennant of 2730 Arlington, passenger in a vehicle allegedly struck by a pickup truck by a local youth. She seeks damages. Man, doesn't that seem like that's who killed her then? I mean, that's got to be her. It's Pueblo, Colorado. Kathleen Tennant. This is January 30th. So 6 months before this, she seeks damages from the juvenile and his father, Howard P. Christensen. Well, that's the... I would bet you that would be the motive in this one. Right? Oh, I gotta store this one. This one's crazy. Are you guys even following along, or you guys don't seem very interested again? Now we just got to see what happened to her. 1975. 06/30. Man, it's weird. It's like exactly 5 months later. Are you guys even here? Hello? Yeah, because you never comment anything related to what we're saying, Jim. Because we're not talking about any of that stuff, and I'm trying to get people interested in a case. All right, so. But hey, just for you, where's that?
1.21 gigawatts.
What the hell is a gigawatt? There you go. Oh, well, this one's interesting. Okay, so now 2730 Arlington, and this is in Pueblo, Avenue, Pueblo, Colorado. Okay, this one's weird. I mean, right out of the gate, there's this story here. So she lived right there in that house. Kathleen Tennant. There can't be two of them in the same town. There's no way. Kathleen Tennant. Let me go back out to here. Grab that. Save that. Alright, so just check this thing out. The same year she dies, January 30th, but she dies on June 30th, but this is January 30th. There was a 28,000, and that's a huge amount. I mean, back in that's probably worth, that's like 100 grand or something, or more. That's probably like 150,000. Let's see. How much is 28K in 1975 worth? $168,000. Almost 200. I mean, that's a huge. You could buy a house with that back then. So you see that? That's a massive amount of money. Plaintiff in the case. So she is a civil suit brought in connection with a two-car accident last May at the intersection of O'Neill and Hollywood. Was filed in district court Wednesday by a Pueblo woman. Plaintiff in the case is Kathleen Tennant of 2730 Arlington, passenger in a vehicle allegedly struck by a pickup truck by a local youth. She seeks damages from the juvenile and his father, Howard P. Christensen. God, I mean, I hope this isn't that simple. Now let's do. So they have her at June 30th. So if we go to, we could try. I don't think that's going to show up with anything. June 1975 in Colorado. Now, I bet it should be the next. There should be one right after that in July 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Okay, 3rd. All right, let's see what happened here. Hunt for killer is futile. As police continue to search for her slayer, funeral services for Mrs. Kathleen Tennant. Miss Tennant died Monday night after being shot once in the chest by an unknown assailant. Oh, boy. Boy, I wonder who that is. I mean, this is just... You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, and look at of 2730 Arlington. It's the same Kathleen Tennant. Man, that had to have been on their radar. There's no chance they didn't put that together. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, you're talking about you take out the person you owe $175,000 to. What are these guys? I mean, hopefully they looked into this. I can't imagine they didn't. And by the way, how come there's no articles on it? Like, June should have something. They just start talking about it. Okay, the 9th. Okay, let's try that. $500 reward has been posted for the information leading to the arrest of the slayer of Mrs. Kathleen Ann Tennant, 25, of 2730 Arlington. Police Sergeant Frank Grubbs said the reward was posted anonymously. He said officers are continuing to check leads into the slaying, which took place between June 30th in front of the Tennant residence. Oh, God. They knew exactly where she lived. All information given officers will be held in strict confidence. Mrs. Tennant was shot in the chest when she walked to a car which had parked in front of her residence. The car, believed to have been driven by a long-haired male, left the scene at a normal rate of speed. I mean, even if it's not them, it's a hired by them. I mean, the odds of that are just horrendously bad. That's not what's happening. Okay, there's one on the July 31st. Police may be near solving the murder. Police sources disclosed late Wednesday that they may be near the solving of the June 30th gunshot slaying of 25-year-old Mrs. Kathleen A. Tennant. The source said an unidentified male was being questioned by detectives and a gun which may have been used in the shooting was confiscated. Mrs. Tennant's mother of two children, Mrs. Tennant, mother of two children, was shot to death in the front yard of her residence at 2730 Arlington. Since that time, several members of the public, members of the police investigations division have been assigned to the case on a full-time basis. No one actually witnessed the shooting, but neighbors reported seeing an older model car driven by a man at or near the scene. Police believe Mrs. Tennant was shot from the car as she approached it. The bullet struck... I mean, the only motive is what we just came up with at the beginning here. I mean, look how perfect this is for that kind of a case, too. You got somebody who owes a shitload of money, is going to owe, I don't know what the settlement was, or if there was one, or if it was still in the works. And then she gets killed. And it's just a hit, really. It's like a car pulls up and shoots her. It's like exactly what you would expect, without even any sort of knowledge of it, right? Police believe Miss Tennant was shot from the car as she approached it. The bullet struck her in the chest, and she fell to the ground. It was believed that the weapon confiscated late Wednesday was a .38 caliber It probably will be sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigation Laboratory in Denver. Man, this is absolutely crazy. I might actually call over there. This thing is stupid. Maybe, I don't know how they could miss that. That's got to be... Let's see. Police Thursday sent the .38 caliber revolver similar to the type used in the June 30th slaying of a Pueblo woman to Dallas to be checked. The gun is one of 4 or 5 police have analyzed in the search for the weapon used in the gunshot killing of 25-year-old Miss Kathleen A. Tennant outside of her residence. The current weapon being tested was confiscated last week. Arriaga said let's see. Oh, I'm just going to move on to the next one. So this is August 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. Tenant death probe shifts to Minnesota. Pueblo police confirmed Wednesday one of the department detectives in Rochester, Minnesota attempted to question an unidentified man who police hope may shed some light on the June 30th gunshot slaying here. You mean the hitman? But Sergeant Ed Arriaga, information officer, played down the possibility the man might lead to the suspect. He said the man will be interrogated the same way that's been done to about 200 other people. The man has been sought by authorities for questioning in the case only because there is a good possibility he was an acquaintance of the dead woman. He said Detective John Lopez was vacationing in Wisconsin with his family when he decided to ask for the go-ahead to question the man. Police only recently obtained an address. All right, let's go to the next one. August 14th, 15th, 16th, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 4, 5, 6. Nothing more there. September. There it is, 24th. Yeah, now there's a $1,500 reward. And that sort of appears to... Hold on. Oh, right there. So 24th, 25th. All right, and then there's nothing here. So how about 19... We'll just do January 1976. No. But we can go like that, and then if there's one, like July, it looks like it had one. So there's July 1st, and there she is. Tenant murder still a mystery. A year ago, this might have more. A year ago, Wednesday night, Mrs. Kathleen Ann Tennant, 25, was shot to death in the yard of her residence in North Pueblo. And let me I gotta put this in here. I got that. And that's her house. So this is what it would look like. So is that the garage? Or it's probably right over here then. So that's right there. She was just shot right here. Crazy. A year of intensive investigation has failed to turn up her slayer, and the case is still carried as active by the Pueblo Police Department. Hundreds of hours have been spent by detectives who have checked and rechecked leads and interviewed friends and relatives of the woman. Several persons have been interviewed as suspects in the slaying, but have been released because of lack of evidence they were involved in the incident. Mrs. Tennant was pronounced dead at the scene from a gunshot wound to her chest. It's just a hit. The bullet passed through her body. It was found in a tree at her residence. Wow, so probably that tree right there. That's crazy. Let's see, at her residence. Her husband was at work at the time of the shooting and was unable to give police any information which proved helpful. So he didn't mention that she sued somebody for 28 grand. Neighbors of the woman reported hearing what sounded like a firecracker and finding her lying in the yard at her home mortally wounded. A 1965 to 67 model car was seen being driven from the area after the shooting, but no trace of it or its driver has been found. Mrs. Tennant Slayer apparently got out of the vehicle but shot the woman as she walked to it. See? I mean, this is like, it's crazy. Miss Tennant, a native of Puebloan, was a graduate from South High School in 1968. Survivors included her husband, 2 children, etc. Let's see if there's anything else. That was July 1st. Anything else in July? Alright, and there doesn't appear to be anything else because there's no highlights in there. So now we can just do like 1977 to 1980. Alright, so he shows up twice between that time frame. Oh wait, sorry, that didn't. 19... wow, how come she's in there in December? No, this is 77. Okay. So July 1st, 77. We've got 2-year-old murder still a mystery. Her assailant had not been apprehended. Miss Tennant died at the scene from a single gunshot wound. In addition to her husband... Remember when you used the microfiche? I mean, this is so much better than that. It's nuts. Her husband, who was at work at the time of the shooting, was unable to give investigators any helpful information. Also in the police department's open file are the murders of Louis M. Rhodes, found beaten to death outside his East Pueblo home in December 1973, and the August 1976 slaying and decapitation of Mrs. Sharon Marie Kopp. Well, what's that one? Who killed Sharon Marie Kopp? Maybe that one's been solved. The murder of 34-year-old Sharon Marie Kopp in Pueblo, Colorado on August of 1976 remains unsolved, cold case. While no one has ever been charged, several individuals were considered suspect. Well, we're going to have to throw that one in there then. Let's see. Hold on a second. 1976, 08. Sharon Marie Kopp. You guys want me to look into that one? That one's crazy. She was decapitated. Wow. Alright, here we go. Gonna go over here. I just wonder if it was still in the courts, is what I was saying. I don't think it would work like that. Because she's the victim. You know, like she's the one that would have... I don't know. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. Let me go to this one right here. 3 dates remind police of unsolved deaths here. Kathleen A. Tennant, 25, was shot to death in the yard of her home at 2273. I don't think that's right. It's not 2273. It's 2730. Right? Oh man, now I'm confused. Yeah, 2730. Where the hell did you come up with that one? 2273. Let me see where that is. I mean, it's right in the same spot. Okay, that's just an error. That's like in the middle of the road. It's not even... God, can't you get that? I mean, that's so off. It's crazy. It's not even close. Police believe she may have known her killer because she is reported to have walked up to the car in front of her home shortly before being shot. She died without regaining consciousness, and her slayer drove away. Born in Pueblo, she was graduated from South High School in '68. The dismembered body of Sharon Marie Kopp, 34. That one says 2207. I think I don't know what they made a mistake up here. 12th was found August 18th, 1976. She was last seen alive outside Bessemer Area Tavern the night of August 16th. No murder weapon was found. Where the murder took place was not has not been learned. Her car was found near the tavern. Her purse along Colorado 76. Jeez. That's probably a serial killer type in that one. Alright, let's see. So back out here. How about 1978? Nothing. So now we're going to go 1981 to 1990. Alright, here she is. We've got yeah, quite a few of them in here. See, January 81. Well, how did that happen? How did you get there in 81 when a minute ago you... Okay, let's just do 81. Yeah, coffee. 6 local killings in active file. The shooting death, now they got 2730 again, is unsolved, who apparently shot her. She knew her killer. Right, well, she knew the guy that, you know, that she was suing. You know, I mean, that's, wow. let me do that again. Put that in the folder. 1982. June 4th, November 14th. I gotta do them in order. Police looking for clues to 6 murders. Okay. The only evidence in the 1975 murder of Kathleen Tennant is the conflicting testimony of neighbors who came to the scene just before or after an unknown man fired a fatal shot at her from a green or turquoise 1967 Mustang. She died on her front lawn at 2730 Arlington minutes later on June 30th, 1975. Okay, then there's this one. Pueblo 30 still searching for clues. So these are all about different cases again, but police believe that Mrs. Kathleen Ann Tennant may have known her slayer, who didn't even get out of a car that drove up in front of her North Pueblo residence on March 6, 1975. She was shot and she walked up to the vehicle and died at the scene. The bullet that killed her was found in a tree on the property. So that's some evidence right there. All right, that was 1982. This happened in 75. 1983, nothing. 84, nothing. 85, 1. On June 30th, 1975, Kathleen Ann Tennant, 25, was shot to death as she approached her vehicle in front of her home. Police believe Miss Tennant was shot by someone in the car. The bullet struck her in the chest. She fell to the ground and died at the scene. No one witnessed the shooting, but neighbors reported seeing a man driving a greenish-blue 1965-67 car near the scene. Despite police investigations and the offer of a reward, all leads in the case were fruitless. And then here's the cop one again. Her corpse was found in parts at locations 20 miles apart. Well, we got to do that one. That's crazy. Let's see. So 1985, 1986, 87, 88. Okay. So there's nothing like new coming up. You know, it'd have to be an article all by itself to be something new, not part of a bigger one. Unless she was the main. Alright, so now I'm going to do 1991 to 2000. And now we got some more. In 97, January 3rd, all January 3rd. Is this a different person? Okay, still a mystery after 2 decades. Nearly 3 decades later, detectives still are searching, or scratching their heads in puzzlement about the murder cases of Lee J. Porter, Lewis M. Rhodes, Stephen Chacon, and Kathleen Tennant. On June 30th, 1975, Kathleen Tennant, 25, was shot to death in front yard of her North Side home as she walked towards a car stopped in the curb. She suffered a gunshot wound to her chest. Witnesses told police a 65 to 67 model car, green or turquoise they said earlier, was last seen leaving the area, but no trace of the driver or the car was found. We got a couple of leads 4 to 5 years after her death, but there hasn't been anything since, said Deputy Police Chief Charlene Graham. Probably the most infamous murder ever to happen in Pueblo was that of Sharon Kopp, a 34-year-old mother of 3, on August 18th, 76. Well, we'll have to go. That's one we got to go do. Do we do that one tomorrow, or? All right, now we're going to do 2001 to 2010. There's one reference in 2010. Is also tracking murder victim Lewis M. Rhodes from 1973, Kathleen Tennant. Yeah. So nothing new there. (2011 to 2020). Oh, hey. Look at that, huh? A full freaking article in 2015. Should we do it? Kathleen Tennant may know the person who shot her to death in front of her residence in 1975, but because she was the only one who got a good look at the shooter, police were never able to get any solid leads about who killed her. Her assailant has never been identified, and the motive for the killing remains a mystery. Maybe I should play this. According to the story published by the Pueblo... No, just kidding. According to a story published in the Pueblo Chieftain on July 1st, 1975, at about 8 p.m., on Monday, June 30th, 1975, Tennant, 25, was fatally shot in her chest in front of the residence in the 2700 block of Arlington Avenue on Pueblo's west side after she reportedly approached a man who pulled up in a car there. Tennant approached the vehicle to see what he wanted and was fatally shot once in the chest. Police reports make it unclear exactly where Tennant was when she walked up to the vehicle. She could have either been in her front yard or inside her house when the vehicle pulled up. The bullet that struck Tennant exited the body and was found embedded in a tree near where the shooting occurred, according to United Press International report published on July 2nd, 1975. Tennant died at the scene without regaining consciousness. An autopsy performed by Robert Flinner, then deputy county coroner, determined that Tennant's death was caused by a gunshot wound to the chest. According to witnesses, she walked up to the car and said something like, "Hey, what do you want?" That sounds like something you might say to the person you're suing. And he just shoots her in the chest, said Andy McLaughlin, a deputy chief. I thought nobody saw the actual shooting. With the Pueblo Police Department in charge of the investigation bureau, there is definitely a possibility she knew the shooter because of her walking right up to the car like that. Police officials also theorized in the 1975 Chieftain story that Tennant may have known her slayer, but that has never been verified. Police reports stated a neighbor told officers he was in the home when he heard what he thought was firecrackers exploding. He went outside and saw Tennant lying on the grass between the trees and the sidewalk. Between the street and the sidewalk. Sorry, it doesn't say trees. The street and the sidewalk. Let's see. Okay, so it wasn't... let's go back to the map here. So she was shot right here. Yeah, and then I bet you anything, that tree there is where the bullet was. Yeah, give me some coffees, you guys. Come on, where the hell are those coffees? Oh, we got one from Sandy Shirley. Thank you. Wow, we got 2 half buckets tonight from Sandy Shirley and Lisa Valenzuela. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Where was the one I was just looking at? Oh, yeah. Let's see. Another neighbor reported seeing Tennant walk up to the car in front of her home, hearing a pop like a firecracker. Tennant was found lying on her back when police arrived. McLaughlin said witnesses to the incident who weren't identified gave officers a basic description of who shot her, but they didn't get a very close look at the suspect because they weren't close enough to the car. Hey, thank you, Vicky Cobb. Unfortunate last name, given... I'm just kidding, it's close. It's Cop. The other one, C-O-P-P. You reverse them, flip them upside down. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate it. In the immediate aftermath of the shooting, police began looking for a greenish blue 1965-67 Ford Mustang. The suspect in the shooting drove away from the scene at a normal rate of speed in a car with that description and was last seen heading eastbound on 29th Street, according to the Chieftain story. Oh, really? So a car matching the description of the vehicle reportedly involved in the shooting was reported stolen earlier that day. Wow. So this just sounds like it's a hit, you guys. I mean, they stole the car to do this and just shot her. It was found at Centennial High School, but police never linked it. The suspect in the shooting drove away from the scene at a normal rate of speed in a car with that description and was last seen heading eastbound on 29th Street. Is this 29? It's 28. 27. Okay, so the shooter probably went like this. So she's found Shot right there. So I wonder if he must have been going... You'd think you'd be heading south because you'd want to shoot out the window to closest to the... So he'd be going that direction. So, I don't know. That's weird. That's a weird one. He could have shot through the open window on the other side. But he probably went up like this and then headed this direction. You know, something like that. But, you know, it's interesting. You would think you'd want to shoot out your window. But, you know, it's actually an easier shot, I think. If you just open up the passenger window and fire through, because that's sort of a natural look, right? Now, if you're right-handed, if you have to shoot through the driver's side window, it's kind of weird, right? You kind of have to look over here. It doesn't really work that good. But if you're shooting out the passenger window, it's pretty easy. You know, it's like a normal shot. So that's what I would guess. The suspect in the shooting drove away from the scene. Right. And there was a car that was stolen that matched that was found at Centennial High School. Let's see where that is. Let's see if that makes sense. Is it to the left over here? Right? That means we're going to go to the left. Yep, we're going to the left. And so... Look at that. He drives this direction and right up here to Centennial. And then the car, green car found here. Alright, got that. Man, that's cool. All these really interesting ones tonight. Detectives interviewed Tennant's family and her husband to try to find potential leads as to somebody she may have been fighting with. You mean like the one she sued? Or someone who may have wished to do her harm. You mean like the people she sued? But were unsuccessful. They also questioned a man who was reportedly acquainted with Tennant, but he was released. They did interview the family, but didn't get any results as far as any leads go, McLaughlin said. Some were close to her in the family, and some were not. She lived out of town for a while. Nothing ever really materialized. Police did all they could to find solid leads in the case that would help them bring Tennant's killer to justice, but were never able to do so. There was a lot of speculation, a lot of investigative stuff where you go over her history, where she lived, who she dated, but we never came up with anything solid. I mean, how come you guys are missing this part? On that case, that would pan out, McLaughlin said. We never came up with a solid motive. There was speculation, and people would tell us it was tied to this, or tied to this, or tied to that, but maybe that's what they're referring to. But every time the detectives would follow one of those leads, it didn't pan out. The police department routinely goes back and reviews cold cases to see if there's anything associated with them that modern technology might help out, such as DNA. Tennant's case has been re-examined twice, according to McLaughlin. Nothing was... I mean, that's a really tough one. You're talking about a bullet that's not going to have any DNA on it. You know what I mean? She was a member of the St. Pius Catholic Church. All right, let me... so there's that one. So that was 2015. Let's see if there's anything else. So now we know we can go from 2021 to 2025. Nothing. And then let's see if there's anything out here. Who murdered Kathleen Tennant? 1975. Okay, that one. This is from 2015. I wonder if that's the same one that we just read. Ah, shoot. Gotta be... Ah, there it is. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like the same article. Yep. Let's go back to that first article now. That's not it. Let's see. January 75, right? Ah, shit. Yeah, right there. Crazy. So look at this. Now let's go. Now that we've read all of that, a 28,000 civil suit brought in connection with a two-car accident last May. So they're referring to, I guess, just May, a month before, at the intersection of O'Neill and Hollywood, was filed in district court Wednesday by a Pueblo woman. The plaintiff in the case is Kathleen Tennant of 2730 Arlington, the same exact person. She's the passenger in a vehicle allegedly struck by a pickup driven by a local youth. She seeks damage, and this stuff, those things always take a long time. All right. So now here's what we're gonna do now. I'm gonna look at this guy here. Okay. Do you guys mind? Man, this is crazy. Okay. And so 71 sounds about right. He'd be 50, 21. Yeah. I found him. Hold on. Yeah, this is definitely that guy. Let's see if there's any court information on this individual. Because somebody that would do something like that might have something else. Open container. DUI. So all sort of like alcohol related stuff, which is more than just speeding or something. Yeah, I mean, I just think that's makes the most sense. I mean, it's kind of weird. I mean, you know, they didn't have the way to look stuff up back then, but you would think, I mean, I'm talking about like the newspaper might not have realized that, because you have to somehow figure that out, because they didn't have microfiche back in 1975 even. I mean, there wasn't even a way to, I don't think anyways. Maybe they did. I don't remember. So let's see. Who are these people? Of 6, Christensen of 6 Duke. Okay, well, where the hell is that? Hold on. 6 Duke Street. So that guy lived right here. That's the only person with that name. Oh wait, that actually this might be a different person. Hold on. I mean, yeah, because this one says Pueblo on it. So hold on a second. This one's 86 years old. That also makes sense. 36. Wow, weird. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so these are all in here. Pueblo. And let's see, yeah, so that one's down there too. So I would guess. Let me just put that one. And we got another one here. So I think this, yeah, these are all going to be the same. This is the same person. Yeah, and there's another one in Pueblo from 2006. Over here. So it's interesting down in that area, right? And then let's see, where was the accident? Let's get that on there. Two-car accident last May in the intersection of O'Neill and Hollywood. There it is. Come on. Ah, why did they put that there? O'Neill Avenue. Ah, look at it. It's down in this area. So there is O'Neill. Wouldn't that be weird if it was something, I don't know, like it was a scheme and then they didn't want to be found out? I mean, this is right down in their area right here. And where is Hollywood? Ah, right there. So there's the, this is where the Reck was, right next to those guys. Accident on January, or actually it was in May 1975, or not May. What did that say? So it was January 30th. It said last May, so 75. It would be in 74. May 1974 was the accident. Isn't that interesting? Like it's down in those areas where that person lived. Now January is the date of the article. Right up here is where she lived. And then it's interesting where the car is found, because that's sort of what you would do. You would put it further away. You're not going to bring it towards your house. You're going to go, I mean, let's just say that this happens to be what's going on here. You would bring it up there, and then from there go back with your car, but you put the car in a direction indicating you're somewhere else, not here. So I think that's pretty interesting. Or I'm going to look something else up in here. Ah, look at that. That's him. That's crazy. Ah, look at that. That's nuts. Look at that. Officers were elected by the Pueblo chapter American Society for Medals at a dinner meeting Thursday night at the Fireside Lounge. Named chairman was Howard P. Christensen of 6 Duke, as we just mentioned a minute ago. And this is 1970. He is senior metallurgical engineer, quality control department. Huh. Interesting, isn't it? A lot to lose, you know. I mean, look at that. Howard P. Christensen has been appointed superintendent of rail accessories. It's all in the paper here. 1967. Terry Christensen, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. P. Christensen. I don't think we have... Yeah. Talking about school. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's a lot of money back then. Yeah, he's pretty big into that. Right, let me keep going here. 1981 to 1990. Yeah, he just kept moving up and moving up. Yeah, doesn't show up in there anymore. That's weird though, huh? I'm just looking at some stuff. Wow. Man, that's pretty wild. I don't know what you're referring to. Let's see. Snacking on a... Did it say it in the background somewhere or what? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what article that was. Yeah. God, I hope it's accurate because I hate when you do that and I have to spend time looking for something and it just never turns out. Well, that wasn't the last one I pulled up. Oh, right here. That's a different person. That's a different person. Seemler. Glenn O. Seemler. That's not him. It's weird that on January 30th, there's another article, but it's 6 years later on her. Like, what are the odds of that? One date. I wonder if there's a way to look up how that worked out. A $28,000 civil suit brought in connection with a two-car accident last May at the intersection of O'Neill and Hollywood was filed in district court Wednesday by a Pueblo woman. Plaintiff in the case is Kathleen Tennant, who's going to die 5 months later, of 2730 Arlington. She was the passenger in a vehicle allegedly struck by a pickup driven by a local youth. She seeks damages from the juvenile and his father. So that's the thing. There's a kid, and then his father is Howard P. Christensen. And it's like, how dare somebody like that? You know, he's a very, you know, high up there. And he doesn't want his kid to... And I don't know, man. I don't know when this case was supposed to go to trial. Because stuff like that doesn't happen in 2 minutes. I don't know how you find something like that out, you know? Like, how can we look up the records on that one case? Yeah, it's the juvenile and his father. I just was saying that. And obviously the youth is the son of Howard P. Christensen. Let me look him up a little bit. Hold on, let me pull. I've got this one right here. So he must have a kid. And no, that's not the right one. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I remember I found the right one a minute ago. Hold on. No, shoot. It didn't say that. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. I don't know who the driver is. Probably didn't get injured, and she did. I would guess. Okay, he's 86 in this one, so he was 30. His son must have been pretty young well, I don't know, 16. This guy's 36, so he'd have had to have a kid. So this guy was born in 39, so in 75 he was 36 or so. So if you have a kid that can drive, you could have been 16, I guess. And that could have caused problems for that kid. Let's see. So his kid, how old do you think his kid? I would say his kid would be, so 75, he's 16, 59. He's going to be 65 years old or so. And this guy's still alive, by the way. He's as old as my parents. He's born in 39. So let's see if there's like a okay, there it is, 67. So if he's 67, we hit on that one. And it's the, yeah, I think this is probably him, I would imagine. We'll get the answer in a second. So this guy was 17, just like we were saying, at the time. So that's got to be the kid. Was there any other kids? Yeah, there's a female. No, it's not. Well, maybe that one was married. But yeah. Now let's take a look at the any court stuff on this one. No records. But his dad had drinking issues. I wonder if there was something that was eating at him a little bit. So his dad must have only been 19 when he had his son, which is sort of common back then. It's not that weird or anything. Wow, that one was. I mean, both of these last two cases we did were, not the last one, but the one the Kristen O'Connell and this one are crazy. I mean, this one here, I think what makes it interesting is that it appears that that's a hit. They stole a car to perform the hit, left the car, probably wore gloves, and why would you do something like that? Except for the fact that there is a civil lawsuit that was filed 5 months prior for $28,000, which is equivalent to $170,000 today, which is a hell of a lot of money. And perhaps the youth of the father that's part of the suit was the driver and really didn't want that hanging on anybody's record. I mean, who knows? But that's a lot of money. So that's crazy. Right, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I was saying. That's why I think it's... I don't think the husband would get anything because the damages were all against her. She's the one that filed the suit. It wasn't about, unless you could sort of say, oh, well, it's loss of income, but maybe she was a stay-at-home mom, especially back in those days, 1975, with 2 kids at home. Yeah, there you go. All right, you guys. Well, that's going to do it. Hey, that was cool. I think we should do this more often, actually. This same style, where we just kind of look at them and go, hey, let's look at this one. And then we just skip to the next one if it's short, there's not much to it. We go to the next one. I think it's really interesting. But thanks for those who thought it was interesting. Appreciate it. And I guess during the last little segment we did here, we had Timothy Cecil, Jim Lawn, and Michelle H. And then we also had Sandy Shirley over there with the Buy Me a Coffee. And thanks to everybody else who I thanked earlier. Thought that was cool. Thanks for being here. Well, thanks, Chris O'Connell. Especially with the namesake case. That one was crazy. I forgot most of the details of that one. And in fact, I think I probably covered it better this time because I'm better now than I was 2.5 years ago. And stuff appears to me better now. Like I can see stuff on maps better. I know how to look for stuff. I think that's kind of been in the last two or 3 years where I've figured stuff out a little bit better. But anyways, thank you guys very much. That was really cool. I'm actually kind of jacked up. I thought that was it was fun. I just wish we were back to the day where I didn't have to ask 700 times, hey you guys, can you help support the channel? Maybe next year will be different. Maybe the economy will turn around. I think it will. Everything will start getting better. And maybe we can get to better times. Who the hell knows? But anyways, thank you guys very much. Really appreciate it. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. But who the hell knows what tomorrow will bring. Thanks for watching. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. What was that? That was a 4-hour one.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing
for
406. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person.
Not even one, Ray!
Not even one.
The projector, I'm a certified human lie detector. I'm gonna get you
on a stretcher.
1.21 gigawatts!
Crime sector.
What the hell are you talking about?
What's what Jim Lawn always says.
Crime collector, freak connector.
And I'm always gonna be a public
Cool deflector.
interceptor. And a needle and a spectre with a vector.
On his pector, with all respect, y'all. Just remember I've a temple fucking
Conjecture, I have no agenda, only agenda.
And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true agenda. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you.
Thank you for watching Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we cover true crime using facts, logic, reason, and oh yeah, common sense. We use those things to determine what happens in true crime cases. And we're incredibly accurate. Thank you very much for watching. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there.
Bye. See you around.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
No, thank you, everybody. No, thank me. Thank me. Hey, everybody, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, thanks, Forgetful Manny. That wasn't really an epic fail. That was an incredibly generous $20 super chat right there at the end of the show. Thank you very much. Owen, see you later.
Bye. See you around.
What's this one?
You are a curious being.
I am pretty tired. All right, thanks, everybody. See ya.